Assalamualaikum Bointan bulu Lamu beri salam Kuara lingka Karena salam Nabi kan sunnah jaratamu maat syarat mulia. Sekapa tangan digang Oka meka kana pada Sina baga sinar bayana Kesep kapak hai bohatang Hancur te dalam dada Sep kapak tangan digang Singo pada wahai adinda Allah hokka hokka dalan nokang bobok di sinan rata bohateng Allah berkat rahmat Allah yang ber Amin Allah sembah amin Allah berkat rahmat Allah yang ber Lelala katanya lale hana jantate umuka tua putih ngan janggut, kuning ngan mise. Hatom tak combe kamu salah. Putih ngan janggut, kuning ngan mise. Lale katanya lale hana jantate kiamatonya. Putih ngan janggut, kuning ngan mise. Hatom tak combe kamu salah. Putih ngan janggut, kuning ngan mise. Badohai dek ade dayung sampen. Jamerang badua-dua. Pula-pula tengan luka, mana agangan darah. Pula-pula tengan luka, mana agangan darah. Pula-pula tengan luka, mana agangan darah. Pula tengan luka, mana agangan darah. Baura rabu habe, baaka bulan sapa. Baura rabu habe, baaka bulan sapa. Badohai de dayung sampan. Jamerang dua-dua. Pula tengan luka, mana agangan darah. Pula tengan luka, mana agangan darah. Baura rabu habe, baaka bulan sapa. Baura rabu habe, baaka bulan sapa. Tajarakan, airakan tajam menari. Rata jaro tari budaya bangsa. Katap jaro tak pada dengan rapai. Kanan kiri menari satu negeri. Tajarakan, airakan tajam menari. Rata jaro tari budaya bangsa. Katap jaro tak pada dengan rapai. Kanan kiri menari satu negeri. Rata jaro ala rata jarong. Rata jaro ala rata jaro tajarak. Mate ketanyo mate. Awangan akai ketinggai danya. Melepas iman di dalam dada ketinggai tanyo dalam neraka. Lepas iman di dalam dada ketinggai tanyo dalam neraka. Ililah upasidai di tarik bukan. Lampulan di darat terbabak kajak. Lampu telah tolong lade dalam jerat. Betul teringat ke guna yang ke. Ila terma pulang. Ila terma pulang. Ila terma pulang. Perahu siga dua. Airakan kaya jala kata orang di luar. Haiku timang payung kembang bau hai tembang. Hidup lamdanya puja katuan. Urangan malam bersegar rupa. Haiku tite buta mah haiku tite. Haiku timang payung kembang bau hai tembang.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala amma ba'du. Ladies and gentlemen, we already watched the special performance, the Ratu Jarawan, the traditional Acehnas dance known for dynamic, synchronous movement and cultural significations. It symbolized gratitude, unity, and harmony, making more captivating cultural heritage for nationally and internationally. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome the Honorable Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, represented by Director General, Science and Technology, Professor Dr. Ahmad Najib Burhani MA. Ministry of Social Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, represented by Director General of Protection and Social Security, Professor Dr. Agus Zainal Arifin Eskom Mkom, who will join us as soon possible. The Honorable Asian and Pacific Islander Social Work Educator Association Representative Professor Peter Zhou PhD. The Honorable President of APKPSI Dr. Rudi Saparudin Darwis. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, along with the Vice Dean, Vice Rector 1 Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta Dr. Muhammad Hadi SKM MK. Vice Rector 3 UMJ, Dr. Rini Fatma Kartika SAGMH. Vice Rector 4 UMJ, Dr. Septa Chandra SHMH. We also would like to extend our warmest greetings to our esteemed guests and to all the speakers from various countries who have graced us with their presence at this international conference. It is a great honor we welcome you to Asian Pacific Islander Social Work Educator Association International Conference on Social Work and Social Science 2025. Proudly hosted by Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta and the co-host for this event, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sumatera Utara, IPSPI, and APKPSI. This year's conference is centered on the theme Global Transformation and Challenges in Social Work and Social Science toward achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. This event broadcast at our official YouTube channel tvMu and also the media partner Televisi Muhammadiyah and Republika. Ladies and gentlemen, this international conference taking place over the course 4 days from May 16 to May 19, 2025. Our journey officially began on May 16 with the arrival and warm welcome of our international and domestic. It was a dedicated to hospitality, connection, and also preparation. Now on May 17, we marked the official opening of the conference. The day was filled with a meaningful session, keynote speeches, plenary session, poster presentation, and also celebration of academic professional exchange in the field of social work and social science. Continuing on May 18, the conference featured more insightful presentation and also panel discussion from esteemed speaker. This session deepened our understanding of global issues and the collaborative effort. Finally, on May 19, we will conclude our conference activity with visit several places, including Social Rehabilitation Center under the Ministry of Social Affairs of Republic of Indonesia. As we embark on this multi-day journey of insight, exchange, and empowerment, may this conference become not only a hub of knowledge, but also a catalyst for action toward a more sustainable, inclusive, and equitable Asian and Pacific Islander communities. Once again, welcome and thank you for being part of this global transformation. To begin our event with blessing and grace, let us together recite Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our today's agenda, there will be a reciting the Holy Quran. From Faculty of Social and Islamic Studies, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, Sudan, please welcome Julia Fikri Dwi Atmaja. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. كافها يا عين صاد. ذكر رحمة ربك عبده زكريا. إذ نادى ربه نداء خفيا. قال رب إني وهن العظم مني واشتعل الرأس شيبا. واشتعل الرأس شيبا ولم أكن بدعائك رب شقيا. وإني خفت الموالي من ورائي وكانت امرأتي عاقرا فهب لي من لدنك وليا. يرثني ويرث من آل يعقوب واجعله ربي رضيا. يا زكريا إنا نبشرك بغلام اسمه يحيى لم نجعل له من قبل سميا قال رب أنى يكون لي غلام وكانت امرأتي عاقرا وكانت امرأتي عاقرا وقد بلغتك من الكبر عتيا صدق الله العظيم ثم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin this special occasion with respect and national pride, we kindly invite you all to stand up for singing Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by Sang Surya. Ladies and gentlemen, please be arise.
Di sana
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as part of this international gathering, we are honored to present a special message from the President of the Council on Social Work Education, a leading institution advancing quality social work education globally. Let us now turn our attention to the screen for the video from the President of GSWE.
Aloha colleagues. On behalf of CSWE, congratulations on organizing another wonderful conference. You know, in these difficult and complex times, I hope we strengthen our resolve to recommit to what we represent and stand for as social work educators. Our oath to live our social work code of ethics, to shine a light on our commitment to stand for what is right and fight for justice, focusing on our higher education mission and social work education mission have never been so critical for the health and well-being of individuals, families, and communities globally. I've never been to Indonesia, but I've heard that Jakarta, as capital city, is a major economic, cultural, and political center in Indonesia. I once heard that Jakarta is a city where the questions outnumber the answers. So, social work academics, you should feel right at home. Be on the lookout for lessons learned about global economies, models of happiness, cultures of health. Spot joy, embrace it, and bring it home. Have a wonderful conference until we meet again here in the US. Be well and safe travels.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is opening speech from Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, represented by Vice Rector 1 Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad Hadi, SKM MKep. Stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Honorable Director General of Social Protection and Security, Ministry of Social Affairs, Professor Dr. Agus Zainal Arifin, Director General of Science and Technology, Minister of Research, Technology and Higher Education, Professor Dr. Ahmad Najib Burhani, Vice Rector and Dean of Faculties, University Muhammadiyah Jakarta, Peter Su, PhD, Professor, University of Nebraska, Omaha, USA, all speaker, King Win Su, PhD, Professor and Program Director, NGU School of Social Work, USA, Violet Horfett, PhD, Director, Pacific Disability Center, Dr. Xi Ying Chen, PhD, Professor, University of New York, USA, Dr. Paul Duong Tran, Professor, California State University, Dr. Rudy Saparudin Darwis, President and Associate Professor, University of Pajajaran, Dr. Puji Pujiono, President, Indonesian Independent Association of Professional Social Workers, Professor Isbandi Rukminto Adi, Professor of Social Welfare, Universitas Indonesia, Professor Dr. Ninis Agustini Damayani, Professor, University Pajajaran, Professor Dr. Elia Susilowati, Professor, Polytechnic of Social Welfare, and all participants of 2025 APISWEA International Conference from various countries. It is with immense joy, gratitude, and profound sense of responsibility that I stand before you today to extend the warmth of welcome to each and every one of you, esteemed scholars, dedicated practitioners, visionary professional, and passionate students to the International Conference of Social Work and Social Science, proudly hosted by University of Muhammadiyah Jakarta, in collaboration with APISWEA and supported by Indonesian Social Welfare and Social Work Education Association, Indonesian Independent Association of Professional Social Workers, University of Muhammadiyah Sumatera Utara, New York Shanghai University, Arizona State University, Portland State University, Madras School of Social Work, the Asia Pacific Journal of Social Work and Development, National University Singapura, Grace Award School of Social Work, Pemerintah Provinsi DKI Jakarta, Pemerintah Kota Tangerang Selatan, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional, Sri 12 Skincare, and Bank Danamon. On behalf of UMJ, I'm truly honored to greet more than 280 participants from across Indonesia and 15 countries, representing a vibrant tapestry of culture, discipline, and experience. Your presence here today is not merely an attendance. It is a testament to our shared commitment to advancing social welfare, fostering academic excellency, and building a more just and compassionate world. Our special thanks also to Director General of Social Protection and Security, Ministry of Social Affairs, Professor Dr. Agus Zainal Arifin, and also to Director General of Social and Technology, Ministry of Research and Technology and Higher Education, Professor Dr. Ahmad Najib Burhani, to attend this conference, and we will hear to speak from them after this. I would like to deliver and my gratitude to all committees led by Ibu Tuti Alawiyah, PhD, for the effort and to conduct this international conference. This conference holds a special significance as it takes place at University of Muhammadiyah Jakarta, an institution that carries a legacy of pioneering social change. UMJ is the first Muhammadiyah university in Indonesia and indeed the world. From this very ground, the seed of Muhammadiyah's education mission have spread far and wide. Today, we have 122 Muhammadiyah universities across Indonesia, and Muhammadiyah organization has a college in Australia, a university in Malaysia, and countless institutions upholding the same values of services and enlightenment. Today, our world faces unprecedented challenge: climate change displacing millions, economic inequality widening the gap between the rich and the poor, mental health crisis silently eroding well-being, violence and conflict tearing communities apart, and migration and displacement testing our notion of border and belonging. These are not isolated issues. They are interconnected, and so must be our solution. We hope this international conference can be fruitful and can overcome some social work issues. Congratulations and have nice discussion through this conference. Thank you very much for you can participate in this conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next opening speech will be delivered by ASEAN and Pacific Islander Social Work Educator Association representative. Please welcome Professor Peter Zo, PhD. The stage is yours.
Good morning, everybody. I didn't hear you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. My name is Peter Sito, and I'm from the University of Nebraska at Omaha. If you don't know where that is, you can imagine the United States, and Nebraska's right in the middle. So I had to fly from the middle of America all the way to here. It took me about 30 hours, and that's why I wanted you to say good morning so that make sure that I'm awake. So I bring greetings from the United States, but I also bring greetings from our organization, and you see it by the letters APISWEA. I want to explain what those letters mean because it's very important why we're gathered here today. So it's the Asian Pacific Islander Social Work Educators Association. And even though the organization is from the United States, we feel that we're connected together as Asian Pacific Islanders. And that, as you know, the world has a lot of issues and problems. And we don't solve those problems unless we work together. So I'm looking forward to our time today and tomorrow, that we can learn from each other, we can listen to each other, and we can encourage each other in the work as social scientists and as social workers. I started planning this conference a little while ago, and I'm just overwhelmed by how effective and efficient the planning has been. So I would like for all of us to thank Tuti for all of her hard work. And not only her, but the people behind her. So she has a wonderful staff and support system. I don't want to spend too much time here because I'm going to actually talk in a few minutes. But I'd like to encourage you, if you want to get the best out of this conference, is not only to open your mind and to listen carefully, but the most important thing is you open your hearts. And if you open your hearts and you're moved and you go home, the world will be different. So welcome again, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Peter Sito, APISWEA representative. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda we are pleased to hear the opening speech from the President of APKPSI. Please welcome Dr. Rudy Saparudin Darwis. The stage is yours.
Sorry. Honorable Director General of Science and Technology, Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology of Republic Indonesia, Honorable Director General of Science Protection and Social Security, the Minister of Social Affairs of Republic of Indonesia, Honorable Vice Rector 1, Vice Rector 2, Vice Rector 3, and Vice Rector 4 of the University Muhammadiyah Jakarta, and Honorable the representative of APISWEA, and also Honorable the President of Independent Professional Social Worker of Indonesia. And I want to say that the Honorable Chairman of Committee, Bu Tuti Alawiyah, PhD, and all conference speakers and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. I would like to welcome all of conference participants, especially to APSWA members. Welcome to Jakarta. Hopefully you can enjoy in Jakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to introduce a little about APK-PSI. APK-PSI, or Indonesian Association of Social Welfare and Social Work Education, is organization for social welfare and social work study program in Indonesia. Through this organization, Social Welfare and Social Work Study Program Indonesia established standardization of education implementation in terms of curriculum, practicum, lecturer, and other supporting infrastructure for education. This is to ensure that the implementation of education in various universities has relatively the same quality. Today, the number of APK-PSI members is 22 universities that provide study program for undergraduate level, 24 study program, master level 6 study program, and doctoral level 2 study program. These universities are spread from Aceh in the Sumatra and Papua. Our main agenda for this year is that we are establishing a professional education for social worker as a level education after undergraduate level. This is one of the mandate of Law number 14 of 2019 concerning social worker to all social work school. And as the consequences, we need to rearrange the curriculum for undergraduate level. We are sure that we will gain inspiration from this conference and for the preparation of undergraduate and professional education curricula. Distinguished guests, one of the tasks of APK-PSI is to provide an opportunity for all APK-PSI members to develop their international network to improve the quality of their education so that they can improve the reputation of study program and become an added value when they get the accreditation. Therefore, the involvement of study program along with lecturer and student in international level conference is very important. The International Conference of Social Work and Social Sciences, organized by APSWA in Indonesia, held by Muhammadiyah University of Jakarta, is an opportunity to strengthen this internationalization. In addition, the topic in this conference allows us to exchange ideas on the development of social work as an academic discipline and as practical discipline in supporting the achievement of 2013 SDGs. From the researcher, lecturer, and student can discuss their findings with various parties from various countries, and vice versa can obtain information on the development of science and practice of social work and social welfare that occur in various countries. This conference also provides an opportunity for practitioners to share their practical experience in provide the service so that they can become learning for developing social practice and teaching material on campus. Thank you to APSWA for giving APK-PSI the opportunity to contribute as a co-host in this conference. We hope that the partnership in this conference will be an opening step for the next cooperation between us. For the last, I just appreciation to committee who have worked hard to ensure that this conference ran successfully. Enjoy the conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, the President of APK-PSI, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, next is our great honor to invite a representative Ministry of Social Affairs of Republic of Indonesia to share their opening speech and insight. With a great honor, we invite Director General of Protection and Social Security. Please welcome Professor Dr. Agus Zainal Arifin, Eskom Mkom. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to begin my extending my warmest greetings and respect to the Vice Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta and seluruh sivitas akademika Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Mudah-mudahan sehat selalu semuanya. And also Professor Peter Su, President of the Asia Pacific Consortium of Social Work Education Association, and also Professor Rudi Sabarudin, representing the Indonesian Association of Social Welfare and Social Work Education. Dan kolega saya Profesor Najib Burhan, terima kasih, Direktur Jenderal Saintek, Ministry of Higher Education. And all distinguished speakers, panelists, scholars, practitioners, and international participants from across the globe. Praise and gratitude, Alhamdulillah, for it is by His abundant grace and blessing that we are able to gather here today to engage in meaningful discussion at the in the International Conference on Social Work and Social Sciences, ICS-WSS, under the highly relevant theme, Global Transformation and Challenges in Social Work and Social Science toward achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Very good theme. Allow me to officially open this significant event on behalf of Mr. Dr. Anjas Haji Saifullah Yusuf, the Minister of Social Affairs and of the Republic of Indonesia. Mohon izin, Gus Menteri sedang menghadiri beberapa acara hari ini, khususnya tentang sekolah rakyat, yang nanti mungkin akan saya sampaikan beberapa hal. Slide tampilkan. I would like to start with the speech of the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Prabowo Subianto, has conveyed in this speech that our national aspiration is to see wong cilik iso gemuyu, that the common people can smile. Next, please. Di pidato ini, Presiden Prabowo Subianto di saat pelantikan beliau menyampaikan pidato bunyinya seperti ini, saya bacakan bersama. Cita-cita bangsa kita adalah bangsa yang gemah ripah lojinawi, toto tentrem kertorarjo, bangsa yang baldatun toyibatun warobun gofur, bangsa di mana rakyat cukup pangan, cukup sandang, cukup papan. Cita-cita kita adalah melihat wong cilik iso gemuyu, wong cilik bisa senyum, bisa tertawa. Ini pidato Presiden Republik Indonesia. Oke, dan selanjutnya please allow me to deliver my remarks in bahasa Indonesia. Yes, at least I would like to extend my warm welcome to all our distinguished international guests who have come to Indonesia. We sincerely hope that you will have a pleasant, meaningful, and enriching experience throughout your stay, both during the conference and while enjoying the hospitality of our country. Okay. About wong cilik, tentang wong cilik yang disebut tadi, siapa wong cilik itu? Kita semua menyebutnya PPKS, Pemerlu Pelayanan Kesejahteraan Sosial. Dan itu jumlahnya 26 sesuai peraturan undang-undang yang berlaku. Dan ini kita klaster untuk lebih mudah diingat, mudah di-manage menjadi 12. Dan kita sebutnya 12 PAS. PAS itu adalah pemerlu atensi sosial. 12 itu siapa saja? Yang pertama adalah anak-anak terlantar. Ya, kita semua tahu bahwa balita terlantar, anak berhadapan dengan hukum cukup banyak di tanah air kita. Kebetulan tidak jauh dari rumah saya ada panti Kementerian Sosial yang memang merawat mereka. Beberapa anak dari TKI, TKW yang dari luar negeri, kemudian ada masalah di sana. Beberapa anak yang ditinggal orang tuanya di tepi jalan, di pinggir jalan begitu aja, dan seterusnya. Yang kedua tentang penyandang disabilitas, dan kemudian juga lansia terlantar, kemudian juga mereka yang berpendapatan rendah, ini bagian dari wong cilik yang harus iso gemuyu tadi, korban bencana, afirmasi khusus, warga binaan, korban kekerasan, 9 korban nafsa dan HIV, AIDS, dan 10 mereka yang bermasalah sosial, yang 11 perempuan rentan, dan yang ke-12 fakir miskin. Ini adalah wong cilik yang menjadi sasaran kerja Kementerian Sosial itu. Dan teman-teman pasti sudah familiar dengan itu, dan sekarang next kita akan lihat bagaimana cara kerja kita, dan kita perlu terarah, terpadu, dan berkelanjutan. Saya sangat berharap supaya kampus juga turut dalam alur proses bisnis ini supaya kita bisa bersama-sama melaksanakan pekerjaan ini dengan lancar, yaitu penyelenggaraan kesejahteraan sosial. Kita lihat di sebelah kiri, saya pakai ini ya. Ini ada waktu berapa menit ini? 10 menit, 15 menit? Nggak canda habisnya. Ya, enggak kelihatan, sorry. Nah, sebelah kiri ini kita lihat bahwa kita harus mulai semuanya itu dengan data. Mohon izin, kebetulan saya itu sebetulnya dosen juga seperti Bapak Ibu sekalian. Teman dalam waktu 4 tahun terakhir ini, 3 tahun setengah, saya beralih profesi jadi birokrat. Asalnya akademisi, ini perubahan besar ya dalam mindset. Asalnya dari dosen terus menjadi birokrat. Ya, di sini kebetulan saya bidangnya adalah informatika, karena saya kebetulan S1 di Teknik Informatika ITS, S2 Ilmu Komputer UI, S3-nya pun informatikanya Hiroshima University Jepang, ya informatika terus. Karena itu negara rupanya membutuhkan kemampuan pengelolaan data ini untuk bisa menyatukan data terpadu kesejahteraan sosial, sehingga sudah jadi data yang bisa dipercaya, punya integritas, transparan, dan seterusnya. Nah, saat ini data ini diintegrasikan juga, tidak hanya internal di dalam Kementerian Sosial dari berbagai direktorat jenderal, tapi juga kementerian-kementerian yang lain. Nah, data itu kita sebut dengan DTSEN, Data Tunggal Sosial Ekonomi Nasional. Jadi data yang baru namanya DTSEN. Dan data ini menampung seluruh penduduk Indonesia dan diutamakan juga yang paling bawah itu adalah miskin ekstrim, kemudian miskin, kemudian yang rentan. Inilah data yang harus kita kerjakan bersama-sama. Tidak boleh punya data sendiri-sendiri. Kalau yang dikerjakan oleh Kementerian A data yang itu, Kementerian B data yang ini, Kementerian yang itu, dan seterusnya, daerah pun punya data sendiri, klaster yang mana lagi dikerjakan, sehingga nggak bisa tuntas pekerjaan ini selesai. Padahal harus kita lakukan secara terpadu, terarah, dan berkelanjutan. Memang yang problem adalah kolaborasi. Di konferensi ini pasti kalimat yang paling sering didengungkan adalah marilah kita berkolaborasi. Mudah diucapkan tapi sulit diamalkan. Enggak semua orang mau berkolaborasi, maunya dia menang sendiri. Itulah sebabnya pesan Presiden Prabowo adalah kita harus berkolaborasi. Karena itu kami sampaikan data yang ada di sebelah kiri ini, ayo kita garap bersama. Sekaligus nanti akan saya sampaikan peluang-peluang apa di Universitas Muhammadiyah dan universitas lain di tanah air kita untuk bisa turut bersama-sama menjalankan kesejahteraan sosial ini. Nah, sebelah awal yaitu bagian dari jaminan dan perlindungan sosial di mana saya berada di situ. Tentu saja dengan jaminan itu kita harapkan masyarakat hidup layak dengan standar kehidupan yang normal yang terdiri dari paling utama dan paling umum adalah bansos, bantuan sosial. Bantuan sosial ini tidak boleh lama-lama, sifatnya hanya sementara. Yang harus lama adalah pemberdayaannya. Di sini ada perlindungan, ada jaminan. Perlindungan itu dari segala guncangan kebencanaan. Kemudian jaminan ini ada diantaranya kesehatan terjamin. Pemerintah menyediakan PBI JKN, namanya peserta bantuan iuran jaminan kesehatan nasional, iuran BPJS bulanan. Kemudian pendidikan, sandang pangan, dan papan terjamin. Jadi Kementerian Sosial kita punya bansos namanya PKH, Program Keluarga Harapan. Dan BPNT yang sekarang disebut sembako, itu diberikan setiap 3 bulan, satu periode, 3 bulanan pada umumnya. Triwulan 1 dan bulan ini insya Allah triwulan 2 akan disalurkan. Lagi-lagi siapa yang disalurkan itu? Wong cilik yang terdaftar ini. Dan itu didaftarkan oleh para kepala daerahnya masing-masing. Nah, dari semua orang yang berada di bantuan sosial ini, mereka harus segera pergi ke, mereka harus segera pergi ke yang paling kanan, yaitu empowering. Kita tidak boleh lama-lama memberikan bansos. Bansos itu, termasuk subsidi itu, sesungguhnya seperti narkoba, bikin orang jadi ketagihan. Kalau diputus mereka bisa marah-marah. Ini bahaya ini. Mereka harus segera diselamatkan untuk diberikan pemberdayaan sebelah kanan itu. Sehingga ditingkatkan keberdayaan sosialnya, ditingkatkan kapasitasnya, aksesibilitasnya, dan asetnya. Nah, bagi mereka yang tidak bisa diberdayakan secara langsung, berarti mengalami masalah fungsi sosialnya. Mereka yang bermasalah fungsi sosialnya ini harus dinormalisasi dulu, harus dihabilitasi atau direhabilitasi oleh teman-teman di bidang rehabilitasi sosial. Saya kira teman-teman Peksos, Pensos, dan teman-teman yang mendalami ilmu sosial sangat memahami ini. Dan kalau mereka sudah berhasil di fungsi sosialnya kembali seperti semula, dikembalikan seperti semula, maka dia bisa melakukan empowering dengan lebih mudah lagi. Nah, setelah mereka berhasil melalui jalan berat ini, maka mereka harus graduasi, tidak lagi menerima bansos. Pertanyaannya, apakah ini hanya dikerjakan oleh Kementerian Sosial? Tidak. Ini harus bekerja sama dengan K, Kementerian, L, lembaga, D, daerah, yang lain, sebelah kanan itu. Karena itu harus ada usaha untuk berwira swasta, melalui pemberian modal, akses pasar, peralatan, perhatian, dan sebagainya. Ya mohon maaf, kadang-kadang yang dilatih untuk bidang ini dari kementerian ini itu beda dengan yang di situ, dengan yang di situ. Akhirnya tidak jadi apa-apa, dan itu yang sangat dikhawatirkan. Bapak tahu perlinsos itu berapa? Katakanlah perlinsos itu 600 triliun. 600 triliun. Katakanlah se-Indonesia yang miskin itu 100 juta. 600 triliun rupiah dibagi 1 juta, itu berapa? Ini sudah sarapan apa belum ini? Diajak mikir hitung-hitungan soalnya ini. 600 triliun dibagi 1 juta. Berarti satu kepala itu harusnya dapat 6 juta. Umpama nggak pakai gini-ginian, nggak usah mikir, 6 juta. Kalau ada satu keluarga, 5 orang, bapak, ibu, anaknya 2, kakeknya atau neneknya 1, berarti berapa? 6 kali 5. 30 juta. Kalau ada satu keluarga dikasih uang 30 juta, besok apa masih miskin? Buka warung lah. Besok akan melakukan ini, tindakan-tindakan yang untuk bisa memberdayakan ekonominya. Ya mungkin buat laundry, mungkin dia bisa membelajarkannya untuk ke masyarakat keluarganya. Itu yang dimaksud. Nah, disitulah data itu dibetulkan dan akhirnya kita kerjakan bareng-bareng. Next, Mas. Bahwa di sini akhirnya data ini seringkali nanti bermasalah karena tidak semuanya masuk atau kita sebut exclusion error. Dan yang masuk mendapat bansos, kadang-kadang ada yang tidak tepat sasaran, kita sebut inclusion error. Nah, saya minta bantuan Bapak Ibu sekalian, ini para sivitas akademis kampus, ini punya peran yang penting ini. Bisa mensosialisasikan bahwa jangan sampai ada yang ketinggalan. Kalau ada orang miskin di tempat Bapak Ibu sekalian, segera ditolong. Daftarkannya lewat 2 jalur. Ini jalur atas sama jalur bawah ini. Jalur formal itu melalui kelurahan. Kita sebut aja di dalam musyawarah desa, muskel, musdes. Nah itulah yang akan menghasilkan data ini diberikan kepada Pemda. Nanti kabupaten akan menstempelnya, mengirimnya kepada pemerintah. Dan yang kedua, kalau tidak terjangkau, misalnya daerah yang kepulauan, daerah yang perbukitan, menjangkaunya sulit, maka kita bisa dibantu oleh masyarakat melalui jalur partisipasi publik, yaitu kita gunakan aplikasi, namanya aplikasi Cek Bansos. Mereka bisa ngisikan, Bapak Ibu sekalian bisa membantu. Mahasiswa, teman-teman, BEM, himpunan bisa membantu. Tolong ketemu orang miskin, daftarkan. Lewat kelurahan kesulitan atau kejauhan, gunakan aplikasi. Inputkan nama beliau, nomor KKS, nomor KTP, nomor KK-nya, masukkan kepada aplikasi ini. Nanti data ini akan langsung masuk ke Kementerian Sosial, nanti melalui verifikasi di lapangan oleh teman-teman di lapangan sana. Ini aplikasinya, bagi yang punya Apple Store pakai yang ini, bagi yang punya Google, Android, Google Play Store itu yang kanan. Itu menunya bisa diambil, namanya aplikasi Cek Bansos. Bisa langsung dibuka di website, di handphone masing-masing, di gadgetnya masing-masing. Bisa dibuka langsung. Jadi ya nggak cuma teori aja Pak, kerja sosial ya langsung menolong beneran ke masyarakat. Kalau kita teori belakang nanti jadi menara gading. Kita berada di atas, ilmu kita akhirnya dinikmati sendiri. Apalagi kalau konferensi nanti diawali dengan bicara-bicara sendiri, yang dengarkan nggak ada, semuanya melihat ke laptopnya masing-masing. Next, pembicara berikutnya sampai selesai, nggak ada barokah sama sekali. Lah rugi UMJ mengadakan acara seramai ini dan menghabiskan anggaran sebanyak ini. Harus ada barokahnya. Jangan sampai dibaca-baca sendiri, dipublikasi di jurnal sendiri, disimpan di lemarinya sendiri, referensi sendiri. Oh, enggak keren itu. Next ya, ini berarti bisa mengusulkan, bisa juga menyanggah. Kalau sampai ada inclusion error, orang kaya kok dapat bansos, mohon dibantu, sanggahlah dia. Ngambil bansos tapi bawa Innova. Wah, pergi pakai BPJS gratis, tapi gelarnya kerenteng-kerenteng. Kalau begitu, yang tidak tepat sasaran, sanggahlah pakai itu. Saya kira ini yang paling penting, Bapak Ibu sekalian, yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terakhir tentang sekolah rakyat ya. Sekolah rakyat ini insya Allah akan segera didirikan. Paling tidak 50 sekolah, maupun 3 sekolah saat ini. Dan selanjutnya nanti ada tambahan lagi di berbagai daerah, ada 65. Totalnya sebetulnya tahun ini 100 sekolah. Ini sekolah berasrama khusus untuk orang miskin saja. Yang tidak miskin tidak boleh masuk. Kalau titipan melalui pejabat, titipan melalui pendamping, melalui siapapun, padahal dia tidak miskin, maka dia akan dikeluarkan. Harus sangat miskin saja. Karena kalau tidak demikian, nanti tidak putus rantai kemiskinan itu. Karena kemiskinan yang dilakukan, yang dialami oleh orang tuanya biasanya akan menurun kepada anaknya. Nah ini insya Allah akan kita mulai bulan Juli ini sebanyak sekian 63 lokasi ini seluruh tanah air. Mohon doanya, saya kira juga kampus juga harus ikut juga terjun di dalamnya. Kita lihat beberapa kampus di situ sudah terpampang ikut menyelenggarakan sekolah rakyat ini. Saya juga menunggu, UMC harus punya juga. Oke, demikian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Director General of Protection and Social Security of Ministry Social Affairs Republic Indonesia for the opening speech. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, next we invite a representative Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology to share their opening speech. With a great respect, we invite Director General of Science and Technology. Please welcome Professor Dr. Ahmad Najib Burhani, MA.
Yang saya hormati Rektor UMJ, Profesor Makmun Murad atau Wakil Rektor 1, 2, 3, 4. Honorable Professor Peter Sizitu, APISWEA Representative, Bapak Dr. Rudi Saparudin Darwis, KPSI Presiden, Profesor Dr. Agus Zainal Arifin, Direktur Jenderal Perlindungan dan Jaminan Sosial Kementerian Sosial Republik Indonesia, distinguished guest speakers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi. Kalau bahasa Mandarinnya apa ya? Ini kan banyak dari Mandarin. Dari China. On behalf of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Kemendikti-Saintek Republic of Indonesia, it is my honor and privilege to deliver an opening speech for the International Conference on Social Work and Social Science with the theme Global Transformation Challenges in Social Work and Social Sciences toward achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. On behalf of Kemendikti-Saintek, I extend a warm welcome to all our esteemed participants, scholars, experts who have gathered here from 14 countries, if I'm not mistaken, 14 countries, various universities, research institutes, agencies, including, of course, some participants from Indonesia. This conference serves as a vital platform for us to see, review, and acknowledge the success and failure, perhaps also the progress and regress of social work and social sciences toward achieving the SDGs. It is an opportune moment to reflect upon the immense potential and challenges faced by our discipline, social work and also social sciences and humanities, as we navigate the complex landscape of the SDGs. ladies and gentlemen, in general context of the theme of this conference, I would like to address a few things related to social sciences and humanities in Indonesia. Just a few things, and perhaps I'm not dealing with the issue of social work because Pak Dirjen dari Kemensos tadi sudah membicarakan banyak hal yang terkait dengan KESOS, PEKSOS, dan sebagainya. So I will deal only with the issue of social sciences. The first aspect is the positionality of Indonesian social scholars, including, of course, social workers. While the birth and development of social sciences is historically related to the Industrial Revolution in democracy, the long history of knowledge production and the development of the field in Indonesia is closely connected with colonialism. It is undeniable that social and humanities theories were predominantly crafted by Western scholars through some fieldwork studies in Indonesia. These days, Indonesian scientists are urged to draw distinct positionality, shifting from object to subject of knowledge production in social sciences and humanities in their home country. This aspect is considerably part of the current wave of decolonizing knowledge, struggling to expunge peripheral short-sightedness, index-based knowledge production, academic insularity, and market-oriented knowledge production. I believe that this conference is part of this effort. And then the second aspect is about navigating interests in knowledge production that have predominantly marginalized in the field of social sciences and humanities. In the context of Indonesia, again, this field receives less concern compared to other non-social sciences and humanities, non-social disciplines. It can be easily found in a range of situations from A, denying of social and humanitarian factors, both in developmental program planning and implementation. B, overlooking human and environmental aspects in the application of technology, social empowerment, and disaster mitigation, including during the pandemic. C, bias toward vulnerable and marginalized communities in overcoming social issues. In this regard, there is a short fallacy among actors, for instance, policyholders, science and research policy practitioners, and also, of course, some academics, that presumes future impacts of social science and humanities for the society. And then the third aspect is rather institutional, that is the physical factors of knowledge production in social sciences and humanities. Knowledge is primarily intangible in the field, requiring a gradual time for both process and achievement with a high level of complexity. Again, in Indonesia, the field has long been focused on social engineering and ethics, abandoning some potential conversation with other tangible disciplines. These institutional factors are often unacceptable for the policymakers who call for the concrete and immediate results. Besides, the dominant roles of bureaucracy and administrative infrastructure in the country have been influencing the quality of social research and the development of social sciences and humanities in the country, as well as the disproportionate budget allocation between social and non-social fields. Such a government-led research environment has been a dominant narrative in the country in which social science and humanities knowledge production have been shaped and reshaped gradually by state and policy actors. We are at the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology right now trying to work hard to make a balance between social and non-social sciences, and also in the position between practice and also theories in terms of sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, we can mention three relevant phenomena marking the dynamics of social sciences and humanities after the Indonesian reforms in 1998, including A, market-driven development, such as the growth of various political research institutes conducting survey and or polling around presidential election, and then B, digitalization, such as the rise of artificial intelligence, multiple effects of new media, and the ever-expanding biotechnology, such as genome sequencing, genome editing, surrogate mothers, and so on. And C, global dynamic, such as the declining global governments indicated by protracted wars, worldwide pandemic, and also failure of the SDGs. Until now, only 15 until 20% of the goal of the SDGs that have been achieved globally, and also climate catastrophe. Suffice it to say that these contemporary issues insist us, scholars of social sciences and humanities, particularly in Indonesia, to reconsider and reflect on our epistemic endeavor in producing knowledge. And I hope this conference could also reflect and rethink, reconsider our epistemic endeavor in social work. Advances technology, for instance, do offer various conveniences. However, sometimes technology separates humans from themselves and also from humanity. The worst impact of technology is dehumanization or even the extinction of civilization or human existence. Therefore, one of the questions that often confronts social scientists in the current era of advanced technology is what is the future of humanity and how can technology not become a tool that imprisons humans from their humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout this conference, we hope, we can strengthen our academic life and contribute to the 2030 SDGs. The organizers have curated an exceptional lineup of esteemed speakers, experts who will shed light on various aspects of the theme. As we can see from the program that you have on your hand right now, the organizers have meticulously designed a series of keynote addresses, panel discussions, and workshops that will delve into critical themes of social sciences and social work. We will draw upon the wisdom and insights of scholars and experts who have dedicated their lives to the study of social work and social sciences who come here in this conference. I am confident that this conference will be an enlightening, enriching experience for all of us, leaving us inspired, motivated, equipped with the knowledge and determination to shape the future of Indonesia and also the world. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor, for the speech. I ask you to kindly to remain on the stage because we're gonna hold the photo group session. We invite the Vice Rector of UMJ, all the speaker, APISWEA representative, president of APKPSI to come to the front stage because we're gonna do a whole group photo session. We invite all the vice rector of UMJ and all the speaker to come to this front stage. And we also invite all the moderator to come to the front stage to hold a group photo session. We also invite Vice Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Science UMJ to come to the front stage. And all the Dean of Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, please come to the front stage. Okay, let us count together in 3, 2, 1. Another pose. In 3, 2, 1. Give a big round of applause for all the speaker and also the Vice Rector of UMJ. Okay, thank you ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is plenary speech by our great speaker, which will be guided by the moderator, Mrs. Tuti Alawiyah, MSSW, PhD, Lecturer of Faculty Social and Political Science, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Jakarta. Please welcome Mrs. Tuti Alawiyah, MSW, PhD. The stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming. I think you can have there are like some snacks. Please have some food. I will actually introduce speakers here. So welcome again to all of you, all the presenters from all over the world. I'm actually so glad and happy that you are all come here. So welcome again to the 2025 Asia and Pacific Islander Social Work Educators Association International Conference on Social Work and Social Sciences. The theme for this year is Global Transformation, Challenges in Social Works and Social Sciences toward achieving the 2030 SDGs. Achieving these SDGs goals requires the collective efforts of various disciplines, particularly those that address human and social development. The SDGs are guided by 3 core principles: universality, integration, and inclusiveness. Universality means the SDGs apply to all countries, regardless of development status. Integration refers to the interconnected nature of social, economic, and environmental dimensions of development. Inclusiveness emphasizes the commitment to leave no one behind, ensuring that all individuals and groups benefit from sustainable development. This integrated approach underscores the importance of collaborations across disciplines and regions
That's why we are all here across all disciplines and regions from Asia, Europe, I think, and then from the United States and from Indonesia and from Asian countries, and also from China, of course. This integrated approach underscores the importance of collaboration across disciplines and regions, including between social scientists and social workers, to create inclusive and effective responses to global development challenges, as we heard from the previous opening speech. The SDGs reflect the core principle of social work, enhancing individual and community well-being, reducing inequality, and promoting social justice. The SDG framework encourages action across individuals, community, national, and global levels. Social work plays a pivotal role in supporting this agenda by ensuring that vulnerable populations have access to essential rights, including education, healthcare, economic stability, and social protection. Integrating SDGs into social work practices enable a more systematic approach to addressing complex social issues while fostering sustainable change. Social sciences at the same time plays an important role in analyzing and evaluating the implementation of the social pillars of SDGs. Social sciences not only provide critical insights but also foster innovation in knowledge production, making them essential in both academic development and international policy discourse related to the SDGs. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, in this morning plenary speaker session 1, we are very grateful to have all the speakers from across the globe that will be presenting in the next 2 days. And this morning, without further ado, I would like to introduce you to our plenary speakers. So I would like the first one, we welcome Professor Ching-Wen Shu, PhD. She is Professor and Program Director at New York University School of Social Work, USA. Professor Shu is a coordinator of the Shanghai New York MSW program and an affiliated professor at NYU Shanghai. She is also professor of social work at the Silver School of Social Work at New York University. Professor Shu's research is situated at the intersection of globalization, community development, and social welfare. And her presentation today is about From New York to Shanghai, Expanding the Horizon of Social Work Education. Please welcome to the stage, and your presentation is 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Tutu. Really a pleasure to be here. Social work leaders, distinguished speakers, colleagues, and friends. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so very much. It's such an honor and a pleasure to be here, and also thank you of having me to talk about and share with you our experience of doing global social work education. So my presentation, you run the slides for me, please? My presentation will start a very brief review of what is the global social work practice and what is the global social work education. And I will also share with you some experience we've been through in the last 10 years of doing American-style social work education in Shanghai, China, and also generate some of our reflections and welcome your comments and feedback. Next slide, please. The social work global practice really referring to, next please, really referring to a field that applies social work principles, knowledge, and skills to respond to social issues across the globe. So we're seeing social workers in a variety of the field, seeing disaster relief, child protection, immigrant and refugee populations, environmental protection, women's equity, variety of the things that we can see social workers actively involved in those global issues, not only within their own countries, but also in other countries as well. And the social work education, we have to say in the critical role being played by IFSW, International Federation of Social Workers, and also IASSW, International Association of Schools of Social Work. Next slide, please. And social work education, as many of you know, actually started in Europe and North America. The first social work classes was offered by Columbia University in New York City back to 1898. And quickly, the social work educations were expanded to countries like India, Japan, Germany, and other countries. We see the quick increase and growth of social work educations after the World War II in those newly independent countries in Asia, Africa, South American countries, as well as Oceania countries as well. But next slide, please. So as a result of that, IASW actually developed this global standard for social work education, trying to provide a framework for social work education across different countries. And we're also seeing in the US, most of the works we've been doing is really trying to generate opportunities and promote global social work as part of our training. So looking at a quick review of the social work education across different countries, we see a lot of similarities, but we also see very much people doing education differently as a local social work educators trying to respond to local context, culture, and the needs of local people. So next slide, please. So in New York, and as part of the Silver School of Social Work at NYU, we do social work training at BSW level, which is college level education, MSW, and the DSW, which all trying to prepare the future social workers can be competent in a variety of the roles they've been playing. So we talk about 9 core competency that we're trying to nurture the future social workers to have. This is very similar to all social work programs in the US. The 9 core competency include social workers' competency of working with individuals, families, groups, and communities, as well as their professional behaviors, their involvement in doing research, and they stick to the principles of human rights, social justice, and diversity. So seeing that, we do seeing majority of our social workers at NYU in New York really trying to serve the local population. Most of them actually, once they graduate from our school, will work in the New York metropolitan areas. As many of you know, New York has a large percentage of immigrant population, generational of immigrants living in the New York City, which have a lot of different type of the diversities. So we do dearly in need of social workers have the competency to do intercultural and cross-cultural practice. We're also saying this is not standing alone a domestic local issue. We're also seeing the strong connections our population we served connect with the global environment and things happen in other countries as well. So we're trying to promote not only the intercultural, cross-cultural competency, but also trying to foster students to think critically and reflect on what happened outside of the world, how that affects their local practice. So at NYU Silver School, we're trying to prepare social workers for international and cross-cultural practice and promoting social justice, addressing the global challenges as well. Next slide, please. So in 2015, we decided to make a decision and start a new programs at NYU Shanghai in Shanghai, China. So this is a 10 years experience I'm sharing with you of that. Global social work, this program, students going to spend 1 full year in Shanghai, which include all the coursework and as well as the field learning as well. The primary purpose is really trying to nurture students' capacity of intercultural, cross-cultural practice, as well as the comparative perspective. So they're able to critically examine the differences in terms of the culture, social norms, and later on practice. We're also willing to be part of the growing professionalization and workforce development in China and maybe other Asian countries as well. Next slide, please. So talking about why we're choosing the NYU Shanghai as our base to be this collaboration, to have these programs. Some of you might attended the conference of last year and knowing a little bit of social work professionalization in China. I'm not going to go to the detailed information, but I want to say Shanghai is one of the cities which have the most advanced social work practice in China. Particular medical social work practice have been leading the country in many professional ways of that. We also talk about the social work education. We observed a rapid, can you press the button of next? We're also seeing the rapid growth of social work programs in China over the last 15 and 20 years as well. Right now, we're seeing about 200 MSW education programs in China, and they started very recently last year of DSW education. Next slide, please. And next one, please. I also want to give some kind of introduction of NYU Shanghai. We do need a lot of institutional support to run this program. So luckily enough is NYU started to have a campus in NYU Shanghai in 2013. Well, this institution is considered as one of the NYU global systems. It's also an independent Chinese university in China. So we're able to receive a lot of infrastructure support. Without that infrastructure support, I don't think we're able to deliver a one-year curriculum in China. So this is the one thing I want to really appreciate. In many other schools, even they're willing to do the global social work education, they're probably only able to do like a very short term of that during the winter break or the summer break. So place students to do like a block field placement for 6 months or not 6 months, for 6 weeks or the maximum 1.5 months of that. So we're able to offer students opportunities for the whole year learning, and we have to give the credit to the institutional support. Next, please. So talking about the social work education in Shanghai, and also giving the NYU silver is really the primary, the degree granting infrastructure there. We do face a lot of challenges, and then we're trying to navigate different requirements and the criteria we have to follow. Next slide, please. So talking about the social work education, we're not really moving the whole US curriculum into China. As a matter of fact, students eventually will receive a degree from the US, from NYU. So we have to follow the accreditation requirement. So all the required courses we have to offer in China, in Shanghai of that. Well, in theory, we can still teach the same component and put students in a bubble. However, students also being in the field for 6 months, for 900 hours or 450 hours of that. So it's not possible we can teach the same way as we teach in New York. There have to be some kind of considerations of differences in terms of the structure, inequality, power dynamic, culture, and the dominant narratives in that country, as well as the indigenous knowledge and wisdoms. I truly appreciate the previous presenters talking about the decolonialization and the whole process of generation of the knowledge based on local people's experience and local people's practice. And the next slide, please. So in Shanghai, we follow some very basic ideas at the very beginning. One is to teach Chinese language as a way of teaching culture. So we provide free Chinese courses for all the students. We don't really, the programs actually accept the students without any language, Chinese language capacity, so they can come to Shanghai and learn Chinese language. We also, in our curriculum, increase the readings about China, Chinese culture, and articles done by Chinese scholars and even published in Chinese. So we have to also, at the early beginning, we translate those materials, and in recent years, the AI actually provides translation for our students as well. And in our class teaching, we do provide a lot of comparative perspective, and the most important is a peer learning. We basically trying to recruit students which have 50% of non-Chinese students and 50% of Chinese students. Next slide, please. I want to show you a quick example how we're using the peer learning when we teach social welfare policy courses. This is one course, but basically we need to teach both US policies as required by the degree and also Chinese policies as students will need those policies as a background when they're in the field. So we generate 1 week, and I think last year is 2 weeks, we called International Learning Week. Students from 3 countries, 3 universities, 1 in US, 1 in China, Shanghai, China, and 1 in London, England. So they engage in this online learning. We ask students, each of them produce an avatar and also provide some kind of the descriptions of the avatar as a persona. So they engage in the online learning, present the case as a role playing, and ask students in different countries provide a solution to the issues they have. So we generate a framework students can involve in this kind of experience, and later on we're hoping this kind of the peer learning, peer teaching can increase their capacity of intercultural competency of that, because students also need to pay attention of their professional behaviors, present the case of their own country and the solutions that present by social workers or the future social workers in other countries. So this is the one thing we tried in our teaching. Next slide, please. And the second one is teaching diversity. This is the most difficult topic that we're teaching in Shanghai, China. This, my colleagues from the US might know, this is the required course and we have to teach in the US. But in the US, the diversity being taught based on the major theories such as the critical race theory, intersectionality, feminisms, which is really based on the US history of slavery, the genocide of American Indians and anti-immigration things happen in the society. But in China, race ethnicity is not a thing. 90% of the people in China, they're Han Chinese. And also they have a very different understanding of inequalities, culture that based on race and ethnicity. So when we do the teaching, we actually encourage people to start with their field, focus on the culture norms and social perceptions, and make some analysis and comparisons of the 2 different countries and 2 different cultures, then make their own critical reflection on the differences. So I want to quickly show you one of my students' project, which talking about, this is students actually placed in a hospital setting working with breast cancer survivors. And she noticed that a majority of the people actually the illness can be cured. However, the majority of the women that suffered anxiety, depression, and social distance, and a lot of self-blaming as a result of the medical procedures, after the medical procedures. So she compared the culture norms into different, in the West and in China, then connect that with the issue of China's globalization and also patriarchy, and later on connect with the power that's embedded in the family system and in the society as well. Next one, please, and see whether you can play a short presentation. There is a short video embedded in the previous slide. Are you able to play that? No, okay, I know. Let's give another try if not working fine. Yes, please. So students really from this experience being able to start with the culture and later on connect to the critical reflection of diversity and the differences. I think this is more important in terms of the competency. Competency-based training really focus on the lifelong learning, and students, once they graduate from the 2 years of the MSW training, they're able to still continue to learn and reflect. and contribute to their practice later on. So that was the picture before the China's globalization. That was picture after China's globalization. So the students was able to connect with this self-blaming, anxiety, social distance associated with China's globalization and capitalism. So also important enough is the field learning, field practice. We work with hospitals, schools, social service agencies in Shanghai. Students placed in the field, and they have to go to the agency 2 days a week or 3 days a week. And we use a one supervisor model. We want local social worker to train our students. And the most important, next slide please. The most important is they will actually come back to the classroom. There's something we call integrated seminars for feedback of that. So students will get the feedback from the peers and also our professors as well. Next slide, please. Global social work education, and right now we're celebrating our 10th cohort of our students, but I have to say global social work students or the programs are really a select groups of the people. They're interested in the cross-cultural practice and they have the dedication and the commitment to do the global social work. And next one, please. That's some pictures of our students. And the last final comments is, I do feel in the future that global social worker education need to become a mechanism that respond, next slide please, respond to the needs of the clients we're serving, not only to address their immediate needs, next slide please, not only to address the immediate needs at the local level, but also trying to involve in the larger scale of community organizing and social advocacy. So I stop here, I'm running out of time, but I welcome your comments and questions. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Xu, for providing insights on how it works to have a collaborative effort to open a program in Shanghai and integrating a diverse perspective in your teaching in social work and blending Western and East cultures through teaching, field practicum, and research. Our next speaker, let's go to the second one. We have Dr. Peter Zisto, professor at the University of Nebraska, Omaha, United States of America. Professor Zisto is professor of social work at the Grace Abbott School of Social Work, University of Nebraska at Omaha. Dr. Zisto's clinical background is in psychiatric social work, and his current research is visualizing social welfare using documentary photography to reframe mental health stigma, models of care, and spirituality. Professor Zisto has established internationally with projects on social welfare development in China and documenting its mass internal migration. He is the editor-in-chief of the Academic Journal of Social Work and Christianity. In 2022, Professor Zisto was a senior Fulbright scholar at the National University of Singapore and US. The title of Professor Zisto's presentation is Social Work on Observational Science of Practice. Please welcome to the stage Professor Zisto.
Hi, everybody. It's me again. So when I came up the first time, I wasn't wearing my hat, but I'm wearing my hat now. I want to get permission. Is it okay if I wear my hat? The reason I want to wear my hat is because if I don't wear my hat, my head gets cold. Okay, so I have a presentation, and we'll just jump right into it. Do I control it from, oh, there it is. Okay. How many here consider themselves a photographer? Raise your hand. Nobody? Well, actually, you are all photographers. You know why? Because everyone here, I think, has a smartphone. And on your smartphone, you all take pictures. So what the smartphone has done, it has democratized photography. So you all are photographers. And I'm happy about that because my presentation obviously is about photography. So I've been thinking about this for many, many years, and I thought I would finally come out and talk about the relationship between social work practice and photography. And you may not think that there's a connection, but there is a deep connection. So let me press the... Okay, I need a little audience participation. What do you see here? I can't hear you. What do you see here? A dog. Very good. You're with me, right? You see a dog. Okay, we'll try another one. What do you see here? Very good. Now, if you were my students, I'd give everybody an A. So far, so good. I've been thinking about looking at pictures and, oh, do I do it this way? And I realized that in our everyday language, we talk about photography. So for example, when you saw the dog, when you saw the flowers, you saw the dogs, you saw the flowers. So you see, right? And even when you're talking with a friend and you're communicating and you want to indicate that you're listening and that you understand, sometimes we also say, oh, I see. And I've been in Jakarta for a very short time, but I've been looking out the window and seeing things, and it's like our everyday language. We go, oh, can you see that? Or we say, let's go see the sunset. Maybe we'll do that later today as a conference. Or you say, I can see it in my mind. And here's a nice transition, because I realize that there are two ways of seeing, and I'm going to explain that in a second. So there's your seeing in everyday life, but I think that kind of seeing we take for granted. And if we slow down and saw or see more carefully, the world would open up to you. So we kind of like take for granted observation, and we're kind of casual lookers. We kind of see casually. I would like, at the end of my presentation, to raise your awareness about seeing, to make you all very good observers. You know why? You appreciate life better when you just see all the things around you. But I think in social work, it's really important that we see and observe what our clients are doing, what they're not doing. And in the social sciences, it's also important to see and observe as accurate as we can. Now, my background is in mental health. That's okay. I've spent many years working in psychiatric hospitals, and I've learned a lot from my patients. One of the things that we do psychiatrically in terms of clinical outcomes is you want to have the patient or the client to gain self-awareness. the more they understand themselves, the more they are towards wholeness. And I teach that to my students. I go, you know what the most important tool as a social worker? Yourself. The more you know yourself, the better you are to help people. Because often people have distorted views of themselves, self-esteem, self-awareness, or they have distorted views of the world or family members, or they have distorted views of their bodies. And of course, social workers, we want to help people, and we have to understand the kind of distortions or delusions and to merge the mind and the body. This is one of my favorite texts from an ancient text, and it goes, well, you can read it, but I'll read it as well. It says, "You will be ever seeing, but never perceiving." Just think about that for a second. You could see with your eyes, but maybe not truly perceive or understand something, which led me to have this insight, is that there are two ways of seeing. One way is in terms of religion and theology, and we had an opening prayer, the Quran prayer. It was very beautiful. I didn't understand a word, but I was feeling it, right? So that's one way of seeing or understanding. And then another way that we see, and this is where I'm going to concentrate, is that we can see things in terms of our cognitive perceptions or through our psychosocial interactions, or more recently through a merger of medicine and sociology, that we have more insights into our neurobiology in terms of like how we see and understand something. So that's just like the beginning. And did you know that in terms of human development, seeing is primary? When you have a baby, an infant, one of the games we like to play is like hide and seek. Why is that? Because the baby, the infant, sees you, and then if you disappear, they wonder what's happening. So developmentally, they haven't understood the disappearance, but their visual is primary. So we need to kind of like recapture that or embrace that even as adults. So seeing is primary, which is, of course, what I'm trying to emphasize. And so two ways of seeing. One is optically, with our eyes. I wear corrective lenses. If I took my glasses off, you all disappear. I can't see you. So seeing is very important, but that's just the optical part. But there's another way of seeing is understanding. And we need to combine that. And imagine if we all had a high level of consciousness about optical seeing and comprehension. We would really understand the world in a better way. But there are a lot of tricks that our mind plays, and that's the challenge of policy, that's the challenge of social workers, is to have perception and reality really the same. So here's a little test. If you look at this image, some of you are going to be seeing one image, and some of you are going to be seeing another image. So there's actually two ways of looking at this, but they're the same reality. The one is the person's looking right at you, and the other is looking to the side. Some of you may not do that, but that's what happens in our minds. So I think visualization is very important, and the reliability and the verification of what we see is very important. Now, there's a debate, we're not going to have that here, but there is a debate between, is social work an art or is social work a science? And we heard a little about this before with one of the speakers about how the social sciences is biased towards objectivity and subjectivity, and how the values are very important. So I just want to recognize this, but move on to the eye. The eye is very important. Most of us maybe think of seeing just at this level, the optical level. That's very important. As you know, if you wear glasses, that you want to see accurately. But what I hope you take away is that it's really this perceptual dimension of seeing that's important. And that if we can see with our eyes, and we see with the eyes of our mind, and we all can see with the eyes of our heart, that's kind of like a holistic understanding of life. And if we could teach this to our social work students, if this could be part of our practice, we'll really embrace the world. So I have 4 quick visual case studies. So that was actually my talk, but I put this into practice. And so I want to quickly show you 4 studies that I did using the camera, using photography as a tool for seeing and understanding the world in a better way. So my first research project was in China. Now, in China, in the late 1980s, early 2000s, there was a mass movement of people from the countryside to the city. And when I made visits to the cities, I realized that, how come all these people are here? So I could talk about this, but wouldn't it be more effective if I showed you what I saw, which is what I do now? So the people came from the countryside, and they landed at the train station. These were all taken in Guangzhou. And some people were able to survive and do well, and some were not. And they had their whole livelihood to do it. So some were on the street. That was a little more challenging or rough, but a lot of them just enjoyed each other's company. So my research project was I walked around Guangzhou for 2 weeks, and I just took pictures. I documented what I saw. And the purpose was to not only visually to see it, but to also get a deeper understanding of what these people were experiencing. So my next project was looking at mental health stigma. From my work in mental health, I realized that in addition to providing therapeutic care and helping children and families overcome whatever their psychiatric problems were, but stigma, I realize, is a big issue in mental health. And what is stigma? Stigma is basically all of us have a certain image in our minds about what mental health is. And those are mostly negative images. So I wanted to use photography as a way to challenge the negative images and replace them with positive images. So I spent time in the oldest psychiatric hospital in China, and I photographed the patients, but I wanted to photograph them to respect their humanity and not to depersonalize them. So my images were an attempt to humanize and to show people that, oh, when you look at these people, they're just like you and me, which is a good thing. My other project I called Psychiatric Space, and I realized that not too many people in society have been inside of a psychiatric hospital because of the stigma. And we go, oh, I don't want to go there because weird things happen. And I wanted to show the beauty, the attractiveness, the safetiness of these spaces. So this project was called Psychiatric Space, and I went into different psychiatric hospitals, and I just photographed the space. So you can see that it's not full of alligators and crocodiles and ghosts, that they're clean and they're safe. And there's humane care. And this is my last project. This is a project I did while I was in Singapore, and it's called Hidden Youth. And the hidden youth are people that were traumatized in some way, and as a response to the trauma, they stayed hidden from the rest of society. They dropped out of class, school, they avoided their friends, and so I was able to gain trust of a few of these young men and to photograph them and to kind of like bring them back to life, to take them out of the shadows, again, using the camera as a tool of social research. So these are the hidden youth. This is one of my favorite pictures. We're coming to the end of my presentation because he allowed me to go into his room and to experience what he experiences. So I'm actually laying down on his bed and looking up at the fan. And then he let me go behind him, which is a lot of trust. And I took this photograph from behind him while he was sleeping. And we'll end here. And the happy story with this project is that through relationship building, through time with them and gaining their trust, that at least this one particular individual was able to come out of his hidden youth, secluded lifestyle. So I'll end here, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Zesto, for your insightful and very powerful presentations on how to use photography as a tool in understanding reality, also in research. So we will go to the third speaker, and actually after the third speaker, I would like to invite all the panels, all the speakers to sit in the chairs here in the front of audience. But we would welcome our third speaker, Dr. Violet Horvath, MSW, MFA, the Director of Pacific Disability Center. Dr. Horvath is the Director of Pacific Disability Center, John A. Burns School of Medicine, University of Hawaii at Manoa, and she is also field instructor in social work for the University of Hawaii and Hawaii Pacific University. Dr. Howard worked closely with the Hawaii Division of Vocational Rehabilitation. She is the chairperson of the State of Hawaii Disability and Communication Access Board and is on the Legislative Parking and Transportation Standing Committee. Dr. Horvath is on the Research and Human Studies Committee for the Waina Coast Comprehensive Health Center. She has visited Indonesia in January 2025, sharing information about disability, accessibility, and employment. Dr. Horvath also has lived experience as a person with disabilities. The title of her presentation is About Indonesia. In Indonesia, all disabilities are invisible. So welcome to the stage, Dr. Horvath.
Okay, raise your hand if you can actually see me behind this podium. Okay, some of you can. Aloha. Okay, that was pretty good. Not good enough, though. So in Hawaii, when someone greets you with the word aloha, you call back too. So let's try it again. Aloha. Wonderful. You all come to Hawaii now. As Tuti introduced me, I'm Dr. Violet Horvath, Director of Pacific Disability Center at the John A. Burns School of Medicine, University of Hawaii at Manoa. And just to clarify, even though I'm at the School of Medicine, I am not a medical doctor. I am a proud social worker and a person with a disability, as you heard and you saw. So actually, if we could, there are the slides, thank you. So let's go to the first slide then. All right, so some disabilities are visible. You see someone walking using a guide dog, someone who has a limb missing, uses a wheelchair, or so on. But a lot of disabilities, like mine, are invisible. So I have what is known as osteoarthritis. How many of you know what that is? Anyone else? One person, my friend Patty there. Anyone else know what osteoarthritis is? So all of the joints in our body have cushioning in between them. And when you have osteoarthritis, it means that all that cushioning between your joints has disappeared. It's worn away, and it's very, very painful. So I have osteoarthritis in both of my feet, in both of my hips, in my lower back where it's severe, and I just found out it's in both of my hands. So it gets worse and worse. It was also in both of my knees where it was very severe to the point that I could barely walk or stand, but I was able to get both of my knees replaced in 2023. So things are a lot better now. Let's go to the next slide. So yeah, not all disabilities are visible, okay? And the title of this is, in Indonesia, all disabilities are invisible. So when I was here in January, I spent 2 weeks in Bandung, and we checked into the hotel in Bandung, and I wanted to walk next door to the grocery store. And I could tell that the staff at the hotel, they said, "Oh, do you want a taxi? Do you want a taxi, miss? Miss, you want a taxi?" "No, I'm gonna walk." And I could tell they were smiling at me, but they were going, "She's going to walk?" And so just in that short walk to get to the grocery store, I realized it's almost impossible for someone with a disability to be able to go around. The infrastructure is not set up. It's hard to walk. It's hard to use the buses. So that's where it came from in Indonesia, that all the disabilities are invisible. It is rare to see a person out in public with a visible disability. All right, let's go to the next slide. All right, so there are many different categories of disabilities. In the interest of time, I won't go into detail. And there are many different ways to categorize disabilities, but you have physical, sensory, intellectual, and developmental, mental health, and other like speech or language disabilities. And often many people like myself have multiple disabilities. In Asia and the Pacific, there really is no good number. We really don't understand how many people have multiple disabilities in the Asia-Pacific region. Okay, let's go to the next slide then. So this estimate of how many people have disabilities in Asia and the Pacific comes from the United Nations. And their estimate is that 1 in every 6 person in this region has a disability. And I looked at that and I went, I bet that's an undercount. In fact, I'm fairly positive that is undercounted. In America, depending on what study you look at, they show that either 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 people has a disability. So that's why I think probably this is an undercount. And this number is only expected to get larger as we age. and as a variety of other factors, as you can see, such as chronic illnesses, disaster-related. We saw a big jump after COVID in people with disabilities because of the long COVID. Oh, that went quickly. And for women and girls, it's particularly difficult if they have disabilities. So the estimates are that 700 million worldwide women and girls have disabilities. And in Asia and the Pacific, about 350 million have disabilities. So they're more likely to be unemployed, more likely to not go to school, other things, unmet health care needs. They're severely underrepresented in national coordination, underrepresented in gender equity, and fewer of the women with disabilities leading any kind of organizations. Okay, let's go to the next slide. All right. So what are some of the consequences of this data undercount? Sorry, hard to see it. So the United Nations came out with a statement that they do believe that that is an undercount by about 450 million people. So that 1 in 6 that they estimated has a disability, actually they think it's undercounted by 450 million people. So why does that happen? Well, one of the things I discovered when I was in Bandung, when we met with some people from the government agencies who were doing data collection, I realized immediately part of it was how they were asking questions. For example, they would go up to a person and go, "Do you have a disability?" Now, what are you going to answer if somebody says that? I realized too that at that point, some people don't even realize they have a disability. They're not even self-aware that they have a disability. So part of the problem is how they're asking the questions and what questions they're asking. And a lot of people don't want to admit, for one reason or another, that they actually have a disability. And we'll talk about why some of that is in just a few minutes. And also I discovered that a lot of governments don't see this as a problem. So what? Who cares how many people have disabilities? We have plenty of other people who don't have disabilities. So why do we care? Why do we need to know how many people actually have disabilities? They don't think they do. And so the consequences of the undercounts is that there's discrimination. There's a lack of services provided because they think, honestly, I'm not going to tell you who said this or where this came from, but there was a particular government in a very large country who thought they only had about 400 people with disabilities. This is a country with millions of people who thought they only had 400 people who had disabilities because their data collection was so bad. All right, let's go to the next slide, please. So what is life like with a disability? It can be tough. It can be tough for a variety of reasons. So there's a lot of stereotyping that occurs. And forgive me if I turn a little bit here. People are sometimes deemed to be worthless. You have a disability. So obviously you can't do anything, so your life is just worthless. Now, for a lot of people, it's like you're damaged. You're damaged goods. Yeah? And in public, you get stared at. Ooh, I got stared at a lot when I could barely walk and stand, and I get dirty looks from people. In Hawaii, we call that stink eye. I get stink eye from people. Look at me aside, you know? But also people don't really know how to act around other people with disabilities because they haven't been around them. So I found when I was here in January that a lot of people were really scared. because they'd never been around somebody with a disability. So they were afraid they were going to say something wrong or they're going to insult the person. So they just instead, I'm not going to say anything because I'm too scared. So we got to change that. Next slide, please. Accusations, especially for people with invisible disabilities, look perfectly fine on the outside. So obviously you're lying. You're just lazy. You don't want to work because you look perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with you. So obviously you're just lying about this. You just want to be, get free money from the government instead of working for your keep. But what they don't think about is the buildings are inaccessible. We went in Bandung, we went to Gedung Sate. How many of you have been in there? Anyone been in Gedung Sate? So there was this beautiful ramp outside the building. Fabulous ramp. Don't have to walk up the stairs, right? Then guess what happened when you get inside the building? It's a multi-level building. There's no elevator. So I could take the ramp to get into the building, but if I can't take the stairs, I can't go any farther. Yeah? Transportation, it's a little better here in Jakarta, but when I was in Bandung, the bus hardly goes anywhere, and they have those little buses too, I forget what they're called. Can't get into them. The step is too high, they're inaccessible. So unless you have a car that you can drive, or somebody else who can drive you, it's going to be extremely difficult for you to get around. And accommodations, if you can get the accommodations you need to do your work, maybe you can, maybe you can't. Maybe you're too afraid to tell them you have a disability, right? Also the attitudes of others looking down on you, thinking badly of you. Let's go to the next slide. Could I have the next slide, please? There we go. Also then, there's a lot of stigma. Not so much in the United States anymore, but here in Indonesia, in China, Japan, Korea, other places in Asia particularly, there's a stigma. It's karma. You did something bad in your past life, and you are paying for it. There's shame. Shame from the family, shame from the person with the disability themselves. So you have to hide yourself away. You can't go out in public because it brings shame to you and the family. Yeah? You're cursed. They wish you were never born. Also, pity. Look at you with pity. We don't need pity, we need your support. Next slide, please. All right. And we talked about climate change and social development, the Sustainable Development Goals. For people with disabilities, all of this is much more difficult. Let's go to the next slide. So actually, 5 of the SDGs directly mention disabilities. Others allude to it. Next slide, please. Universal design is designing everything, products, services, everything we use and do in a way that everyone can use them. And I'm just about out of time, but I wanted to point out in this cartoon, there's snow. They're at a school. The janitor is shoveling the snow off the steps. And there's a person in a wheelchair. And the person in the wheelchair wants him to shovel the ramp. And the janitor says, oh, I got to shovel the steps first. And the kid in the wheelchair says, but if you shovel the ramp, we can all use it. That's a perfect example of universal design. Go to the next slide. So all these things that we think of as accommodations for people with disabilities, are actually things that help everyone. Things like curb cutouts, for example, barrier-free entrances, automatic doors, all those things that we call accommodations actually help all of us. Next slide, please. And so I have some resources here for you. You will all get copies of the slides. This is all Asia and Pacific-based work that has been done in disabilities and climate change and sustainable development goals. You can go to the last slide, please. And as they're bringing that up, I'd like to say a special thank you to our gracious hosts and to all of you faculty, staff, and students who have come out to help make this possible. Thank you for listening, and thank you so much for your time. Mikasi.
Thank you, Dr. Violet Horvath, for sharing your thoughts and your experiences. And it is a lesson learned for all of us, individuals who often see ourselves as persons and taking for granted for what we are capable of doing. We often forget that there are other people with disabilities who are mostly, as Dr. Horvath said, invisible. So we would like to acknowledge that hopefully with this event, we need to have a commitment to what we call no one left behind, including those with disabilities. So the next speakers, we would welcome our fourth speaker, Professor Isbandi Rukminto Adi, PhD. He is professor at Universitas Indonesia. Professor Isbandi Rukminto Adi is Professor of Social Welfare at the Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Indonesia since 2008. For 35 years, Professor Isbandi has been involved in education, research, and community engagement, and he has published around 16 academic books and edited several books and published more than 55 journal articles. So we are very honored to have Professor Isbandi here, and he also has served to be the head department of social welfare and vice dean of FISIP University of Indonesia. Professor Isbandi's field of study include community empowerment and development, as well as social welfare policy and poverty alleviation. The title of his presentation is Mainstreaming Welfare Perspective in Response to the National Development Challenges 2025 to 2045. Welcome to the stage, Professor Isbandi.
Thank you. Good morning. It's nice in here because it's freezing there. So that's the reason why I moved first before Bu Tuti finish speaks first. Okay. Yeah, please, the presentation. The slide? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So it is a little bit different with the first three speakers. It's I will talk about the macro aspect of the social welfare. It's about mainstreaming welfare perspective in response to the national development challenges. It's not the dark Indonesian, even it's a little bit dark. No, it's not the dark Indonesian, because sometimes there is an issue about a dark Indonesian and a clear Indonesian recently. Next, please. Yeah. I will begin the presentation with the the context first. It's about the insecurities and the social welfare. Next, please. Next. Yep. So I have around 28 slides. So for 15 minutes, I need around only 30 seconds for each slide. So it will be very fast for every slide. Okay. I will begin with the insecurities issues. The issues of the welfare is usually related with the insecurities issues. Next, please. The insecurity issues we usually related with the current vulnerabilities, and also there is an uncertainty about the future. And people who can, or the system, or the government, who can make the citizen is more secure, is the welfare condition of the on that country is getting better. So the social welfare condition as a condition. Next, please. Just move it around. Yeah. Yeah. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Yeah. Just click. Yeah. The condition of the social welfare, it's related to the condition what the people can fulfill their material, spiritual, and social needs. I just basically on this Bapak Director General also mentioned about the basic sandang, pangan, and papan, clothing, housing, and food. So the next, please. The issue of insecurity, and to make it more secure, so it needs about the needs of fulfillment, the fulfillment of the needs and the stability of the fulfillment of the needs and the continuity. It will be a problem if the, for example, if the freelance, there is a program for the freelance to increase the what is the nutrition of the students. But if it's not continuity and it's not stable, so it's not I think it will not give much impact to the student itself. So there's the, for the secure condition, so the needs of fulfillment is need to stable and continuity. So in welfare parameters, the fulfillment of citizen needs is very important. For example, for the first, the three basics needs, clothing, food, and housing, education and health, and also about the employment, recreational, and spirituality. There are around 8 parameters that I suggest to put into the process when we try to differentiate between the welfare of poor people in Indonesia, or who are secure and not secure. This is the problem when we are talking with the government officials, then with the board of plannings. We have discussing about the indicators, so how to measure. We have, for example, about the poor people, we have the difference between the Central Bureau of Statistics and the World Bank. The different indicators give the different result, and the numbers of people who's being poor. So I put the next context. Next, please. What the development approaches and the globalizations. Yeah. Next, please. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Since 1970s, Indonesia mostly do the approach for the development is the growth and equity development approaches. Mostly it begins with the introduction of global industries and companies as the basis of the economic growth. So they built the infrastructure to support the global companies and to enable local development. The assumptions for the increasing people's welfare is trickle-down effect, which will boost the local economy and increase family income. The focus on the these exogenous models is the developing physical and capital and financial capital. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So to increase the human well-being, So, in order to increase that human well-being, the government need to increase the ability to access of human services. In order to increase the ability to access human services, people should have sufficient income. So there must be an economic growth. To make the economic growth, the government need to decrease the number of unemployment. To decrease the number of unemployment, the government needs to increase the opportunity to work. And this is the what is the big master plan is for the increasing the opportunity to work. So we need to the foreign the direct investment through privatization. And to make the foreign direct investment, we need the deregulation. This process since 1970s to 2024 is still the main, the core areas of the development. So the next please. The focus of the exogenous development is the financial capitals and the physical capitals. That is the focus of the exogenous development. So next please. Next slide please. Yeah. So the assumptions is based on the economic rationalism logics. So if the economic is better, so all of the aspects will be better. So the financial capital, physical capital, and the technological capital is the main areas to be focusing on the development. Because the financial capital, physical capital, and technological capital is better, so the human capital, social capital, spiritual capital, and environmental capital will be better. So that's the logics of the economic rationalism. So next please. Yep. So this is one of the alternatives that have been delivered to our students and also our governments, apparatus in many ministries for about more than 22 years. I think from the 2003, we begin to discuss about the shifting the perspective from exogenous to endogenous development. Next, please. Yep, endogenous development. Endogenous development is not the indigenous development. So I'm talking about endogenous development. What is endogenous development? Next, please. Endogenous development is an alternative of development in developing local community. It's focusing on empowering local community through learning process based on their own capital so that people have a sense of ownership to promote things that are very important in their area. From the endogenous development, the movement is from the empowerment of the local community is by exploring and empowering their assets and to convert their assets to the product that could be offered at the local, national, and global levels. By using the endogenous development, we can utilize and conserve our local resources, such as environmental capital and cultural capital, by using also the local technology. The development will be moved from the local base, the local community, and to the territorial base, and then move to the national level. Next slide, please. So the focus of endogenous development is on the human capital, spiritual capital, and social capital. In human capital, the main aspect is the knowledge and the skills, and also the behavior and lifestyle. So we don't give the people in rural areas, for example, the village funds, but these people don't know what we should do with the money. So just give it with this elite. This elite will disperse all the money. No. So the basic option for this one is to make people in local community have knowledge and skills. So that's the training is the first part of the government responsibility for the local people. And the second one is in the spiritual capital, the mentality and the morals. So we build people who have strong mentality and good morals. We have many clever government officials, things like that. We call it in Indonesia the league of corruption. So the corruption is getting bigger and bigger. For example, it's only a corruption for 200 billion rupiah is not big enough. So it's getting more than 1 trillion. So it's in trillion rupiah. So we have the getting standard of the corruption. Corruption should be more than 100 trillions. So the mentality and the morals is related to this. And the next one is the social capital. Social capital, talking about the norms, the trust, the reinforcement and sanction, and the network that we build. Next, please. The next slide. Yep. So the logics of the social welfare development is from the human capital, spiritual, and social capital. We drive the financial capital, environmental capital, physical capital, and technological capital. So the step begin from the community first. Next, please. This is the principle of indigenous development, which is in line with the community development in empowering a community. There are three aspects. First, the think globally and act locally. And the second one is human capital development. And the third one is the self-reliance and creativity. So with the three aspects, we hope and we can create a product that could be offered locally and also can be offered globally. I will mention it later. Next, please. Oh, wow. It's about indigenous development. Well, okay. Okay, next. Only we have this one. Next, please. Okay. Yeah. Okay, there are, move to the next, please. Okay. This is the multi-sectoral and intersectoral intervention based on the territorial area. So the indigenous development always move from the territorial area. Okay, the next, please. This is the what is the territorial? This is registration for the indigenous development in Hokkaido Island. We have, if we can see from here, we have the 5 different area of the for the tourism. So, next, please. Next slide, please. Oh, this is this is how we build the indigenous development. We build from the rural areas first. So there are no depopulation in rural areas because they are proud of their areas. So this is from the how we connect the one area to other area. We have the hub. We usually use roadside as station as the hub. Wow. It's okay. Okay. Next. Yep. Next slide, please. Yep. to the last slide. Next. Okay. Next. Yeah. I just want to next. This is for the Asian. Yeah. I just want to make the remarks about the three aspects. The first one, the challenge of Indonesia's development in 2025-2045 require a development strategy that focuses on the development of skillful human capital, better social capital, and mentally tough spiritual capital in order to prepare a skilled and resilient workforce to be able to compete and collaborate at the Asian and global levels. Second one, in relation to the indigenous development perspective, the preparation of human capital at the local community level, who is confident and creative as well as having a tough mentality and global perspective, is a prerequisite for the developing the competitiveness of local communities that can take part to the competition at the global level. And the third one, the developing good spiritual capital will make Indonesian people mentally tough and have a good morals, so that all means are not justified to achieve the goals. This is the problems with Indonesia, because to achieve the goals, they use all means to achieve the goals. The development of good morals and mentality also can direct the development of physical, technological, and environmental, and also the financial capital wisely, so that it can better support the achievement of sustainable development goals in 2030 as a connecting bridge to the Golden Indonesian Vision in 2045. Thank you. Wow.
Thank you so much, Professor Isbandi, for your speech and insight on how it works in terms of social welfare in Indonesia and our development in Indonesia toward 2025 to 2045. I would like to invite all two speakers to the stage. Please, Professor Shu and Professor Zesto. And we would like to open questions to three questions. If you have some questions. So again, thank you very much for all the speakers. We are honored to have all of you here. And we would like to open maybe 15 minutes for question and answer and discussion. Please feel free to raise your hand and someone will help you with the mic, I think. Yes, please. Professor Paul. Miss Dinar, can you help with the mic? Oh, we do have the mic there.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Professor Peter, if I were to look, how do I get to know what that behavior or that person, that pose, how do I know what the person thinks? So on. So looking, I just look.
Professor
like,
Paul, sorry, can you put your mic
okay.
a little bit? Yeah.
The 4 case studies, you show looking. So what I want to know is what do I need to do to find out what that person or that situation, what the person's thinking is? Yeah, Peter.
If I understand your question, you wanted to ask, how do we understand the behaviors of the individuals in the photographs? That's a great question. So one is, you saw all the different kinds of behaviors, and it should evoke in you a curiosity about why are they there, what are they doing, and all that. I think that's the right question. To find out the answer is to find out more about each one of these case studies. So, but the exposure is the important part. If you didn't see any of these images, you would never know. So at least at this point, you have some visual evidence and curiosity to find out more. And that's what I want, that's the motive, is to expose these images to everybody so you could have some more curiosity to find out why are they there, what can we do to help them.
Thank you. Please, Pak Dr. Puji.
This one, is it on? All right, thank you. Congratulations to the speakers. My question to Singwen. Singwen, I watched with great interest how the New York University actually landed in Shanghai. It took 2 decades to become your program. My question is this. We tend to think that there would be a transfer of social work properties from the US to Asia. That's given. My curiosity is this. What are 3 things that are indigenous to Chinese culture and context that find its way to the mainstream of social work as a result of that process of the American and Chinese interaction in your program? Does that make sense? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. It's a great question. I think that requires, first one is really a lot of research need to be done by Chinese researchers, which really the insider's perspective of conceptualize what the practice have been doing in China and in Chinese culture. Then we're able to have this so-called local knowledge or the indigenous knowledge, so we're able to use. So that's the one aspect of that. I think later on in this conference, there are social workers and the social worker researchers going to do some presentations related to that kind of generation of the knowledge. And the second one is, I think the way we do the training in our social work education is really depends on the students' personal experience. So it's outsiders' perspective and immerse themselves into this local culture and the local practice. And we have the local field supervisors, which provide their local wisdoms to work with students. So we do need students to be critical, be culturally sensitive and awareness. The whole process is to nurturing their capacity of learning culture and the local practice as well. That is the second one. And I think as a third important of that is when we do this global social work education, we're fully aware of the similarities as providing some ground that we all share as a human being and in different humanized society. But meanwhile, we also pay attention to the differences in terms of the culture, social, economic, political situation and structure as well. So that's probably, it's a very superficial answer to your questions, but I think there's a long way to go. Eventually, we need to increase the learning that's not only learning from the US or European countries because of their early development of social work education, but also with a growing amount of the knowledge that we generate in, say, in other Asian countries, then we're able to do this global social work education within ourselves in nation.
Thank you. Please, one in the back. We have 2, 3. Yes, please in the middle and then in the left side, Bapak. Oh, in the middle first, Pak. Sebentar.
Okay, thank you very much. This is to Dr. Peter. With regards to the research he conducted about the hidden youth. My question is, number one, how are you able to gain their trust, to gain the access to their internal place? Number two, as an expert, what would you prefer a solution to reintegrate them back to society? Because they have seen themselves as being neglected, marginalized. So what would you prefer a solution to try and bring them back to society. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. In social work practice, one of the main principles is to gain your trust of your clients, whether it's an individual, a family, group, or community. So I applied that basic principle to that case study. But I also worked with local informants. So there were social workers in Singapore that had already made contact with these individuals. But just because I came along with them, I still had to develop my own trust with them. Some rejected my trust. Some, the ones that I took, I was able to gain their trust. One of the things I try to do is to use silence, to use nonverbal, to create a presence. And early on, when I met with these individuals, I didn't have the camera because it's maybe too off-putting. So it took several meetings in order to gain their trust. And then even with the trust, as far as like, oh, we could have a rapport and conversation about different things. When I started to take the pictures, sometimes I photographed other things other than them. Or if I was to photograph them, I would start with, like you saw, the one hand, and then I look for a reaction, and then you can see that they're more comfortable. So the key thing is trust, but also comfort on their part. The ultimate goal with the hidden youth, now some of these have been in isolation for years. So it's a very delicate process. The goal would be to rehabilitate them so that they could go to school, come out, join their friends. It's a very slow process. What I found out that in Singapore, they're a little ahead than other places, but this problem is worldwide. And so my project was to help expose the issue so that we all are more aware of the hidden youth, so that we could look at ways to develop resources for them.
So we have, silakan Pak, yeah.
Excuse me, Mrs. King Wen from New York to Shanghai. Like Indonesia, we have multicultural society. What about the modern social work and indigenous social work in practice and theories to your study in Chinese? And Mr. Isbandi, we have Asta vision of Prabowo, the globalization, economic growth, and capitalism. What about your thinking to endogenous development? We have to India study indigenous development. Okay, thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Pak. Please go ahead, Chingwen. Pak Isbandi.
I think the question you're asking is the textbook or the teaching materials we're using at NYU Shanghai, right? So we actually not really have one textbook. We usually have a collection of either books, book chapters, journal articles. Journal articles always reflect the most updated knowledge that researchers generate. So it's really a collection of the reading materials which have been published by scholars across abroad. So that is the approach we've been using. And we also invite speakers from the local field to do the presentation of their recent research for that.
Ya, maaf, can you introduce your name, Pak? Maaf, Bapak siapa tadi?
Pak Bambang.
Pak Bambang, terima kasih. Prof. Isbandi.
Okay, thank you, Pak Bambang. How to fit indigenous development in the Astacita Prabowo? I think I just give an example about how indigenous development works. For example, like Banyuwangi. Banyuwangi is working by tourism by using the indigenous development. So they develop from the local community. So it's not the exogenous. So it will benefit the community. So it's different with the Raja Ampat or the Labuan Bajo. It's more exogenous. So the local community have benefit more than before. So things like that, I think. Yep.
Next, silakan Bapak, tolong please introduce your name.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Erwan Setiono. I am from nursing. I would like to ask Miss Harvard. Actually, it's quite impressing that your topic about disability. I would like to ask, if I'm not mistaken, that you developed the curriculum in disability to teach the community, or maybe to emphasize the community to awareness, to develop their awareness, to care with the people with certain condition. And my question is, how we develop, actually like in nursing, we carry the caring method, which is our passion. It's we have our knowledge to emphasize the passion to increase the level of health and able to caring their health and also caring their activity. With disability patient, like your said before, it is quite important to develop the curriculum, how to emphasize the government, public transportation, and also public area to provide the sign and also to provide some facility to this ability patient or client or individual in community. So how we emphasize the curriculum and government to increase the awareness itself. Okay.
Hi, thank you for that question. It's a complicated question too. And I found this a lot when I was in Bandung because, again, of the invisibility. People were so uncomfortable around people with disabilities, and people are afraid to admit. So one of the first things I would always do is to admit that I had a disability, to try to normalize it. I was also surprised to find that there were actually quite a few organizations in Bandung that were working on issues around disabilities, but what I also found is that none of them knew about each other. So they were not networking. They were all going and doing their own things. So we worked a lot on trying to get them to network and to try to really normalize it, to try to get people with disabilities out into public so that it became more accepted, more normal to see. And that's going to take a lot of time to begin with. But I do the same thing with my students too back in America. That for us at Pacific Disability Center, disabilities is at the heart of everything. This is normal every day for us. But I will tell you, even at the School of Medicine, we have a lot of medical doctors, our professors, who do not know a lot about disabilities. They do not know how to work with their patients who have disabilities, how best to treat them. So we've been doing a lot of work there. I do what I call the gentle squeaky wheel. I don't know if you've heard the term, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Have any of you heard that term from America? So if you make a lot of noise, it brings attention to your problem. So I try to do the gentle squeaky wheel. I always bring up disabilities. I always talk about them, but I never do any kind of scolding. I never scold people or tell them you're doing this wrong. I just keep reminding them. And you know what happens? After a certain time, the minute they see me, they think, oh, disabilities. It goes into their mindset. And it takes a little bit of time, but it works. You, each of you, as social workers, have to keep bringing it up. And in America, we've had a lot of work done, people gathering together around race, around gender identity, around sexual identity, and a lot of other ways, and they've made great progress. People with disabilities are now following those examples and doing the same thing. And you saw one of my last slides, nothing about us without us. So you keep talking about it, keep bringing it up till it starts to become a part of the conversation and it starts to become normal. It should be part of every class and every curriculum, because disabilities intersect with every single thing we're talking about at this conference. Thank you very much. Hopefully that answers your question.
One more. Do you have a special subject for this curriculum for disability to add in the campus curriculum? Do you have a special subject for it? For this issue?
Some schools of social work do. They separate out disabilities into a separate track. But what I say is that, no, it has to be part of every single class. That, to me, is the only way it can truly be effective, because it does intersect with everything. But I am happy to talk with you further, too, and we can work together on this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, please, Patricia.
Hello, Dr. Patricia Salibi from the United States. This question is directed to Dr. Adi. Thank you for your presentation and elevating the relevance of social development within the social work profession. I appreciated how you differentiated between the various levels of capital, human capital, social capital, financial capital, and so forth. In social work, as you know, we often focus on 3 levels of practice: micro, meso, and macro. So I was wondering if you could expand upon how we might have specific strategies at all 3 levels in terms of raising social development concerns in order to better achieve sustainable development goals as outlined by the UN. Thank you.
For the indigenous development, usually we begin with the local community first. So we work with the first we on the planning. First we do the planning on the national level or at the kabupaten kota or the provincial level. We usually from the prefecture or provincial level. For example, in Indonesia we have Borobudur. So area around Borobudur could be empowered. So we work in the local with the local community, so to see what is the potential of sectors that can be developed. So we begin with the local community. So after that, we try to develop their skill first. After we build their skill, so we hope they can produce the products or the things that they can offer. So there are many things. For example, from the dancing, the festivals, there are many things from the local culture, things like that. So we make it in one area. So there's the tourism area, one tourism area, second tourism area, fourth tourism area. So we connect with the hub, that's the ideas of the indigenous development. So it's related from the national planners with the to the provincial and to the city or kabupaten levels. So, but we work with the local community first. So the benefit is for the local community. It's not on from the other areas. So that's basically the principle that we're trying to exercise in the last 20 years.
Thank you, Prof. Isbandi. Any other questions? One more. Yes, please, in the back. Please introduce your name. Yeah, okay, we have two more. Hopefully we have 2 or 3 more minutes and then we will wrap up.
Okay, please let me introduce myself. My name is Angelica. I would like to ask Mrs. Howard. So thank you very much for your great presentation. So back then, when I was doing an internship as a teacher in public high school in my city, I encountered that, so I teach a class where we have 2 disabled students. So among the other students that have no disabilities, I need to teach a class where I have 2 students with special needs. As the suggestion from the teacher, I need to treat them with special attention to them. But I encountered that some of the students may feel neglected or feel unfairness for them. But also, I encountered from the students with the disabilities, they say that, no teacher, no Miss Angel, I don't want to be treated like this. I want to treat equally like my friends. But I become very confused. So which strategies that should I give to my students? So do you have any suggestion that maybe teaching strategies that would work for both parties if I ever encountered again in the future? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for that. That is a very common problem. Each of us with a disability, we're all different. Even if we have exactly the same disability, the language we use to describe ourselves, the way we wish to be treated or need to be treated can be very, very different. So at that point, if you have students in your class who have disabilities, I would talk with them beforehand, ask them how they would like to be treated. What can you do to help them? Some of them will say, yes, miss, please help me in class. Others will say, no, no, no. But you'll know ahead of time how they would like to be treated, how they would like to be referred to. And I think that's a kind of a short answer. I think that will go really a long way to helping you because we are all so different. I refer to myself as a person with a disability because as a social worker, we use that person first language, but you will find that other people want to say, I am a disabled person because they say that it's society that disables us. We're not the problem. The problem is that society is not built for us. And I can also talk with you some more afterwards too, and we can go into it a little bit more further.
Thank you, Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Dr. Horvath. The last question, please. So this will be our last question and we will wrap up.
Okay. Thank you for such a great presentation. My name is Rosie. I'm Politeknik Kesejahteraan Sosial Bandung. My question for Dr. Horvath. There are still people with disability and who are rejected by their family and restricted by the surrounding environment, making many people with disability, especially and those with economic condition, there is the condition and the real condition become neglected and obstructed and have not even receive care. This is certainly said because not all people with disability are covered by the government assistance. Dr. Horvath, as someone who is also active in inclusive policy development in Hawaii and the first-hand experience in Indonesia, we would like to know your view. What are most effective strategy to build public and government awareness of the importance of inclusive data equilibrium treatment for people with disability? And what practice do you think are relevant to adapt in Indonesia so that people with disability can live with more dignity, equality, and freedom from stigma? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm sorry, because of the amplification, I'm not sure I caught all of it, but I will do my best here. One of the main things that I discovered when I was here is that the government here in Indonesia really has no idea how many people have disabilities. And the way they are asking questions about it, as I gave some of the examples during my talk, is really leading them to believe that they hardly have anyone in Indonesia who has a disability. So to begin with, the government doesn't even think that it's a problem here in Indonesia. And again, I'm sorry, I hope I'm answering the question. I had trouble hearing because of the amplification. So to get together the individuals, to get them to network and work together and help use their expertise to bring the attention to the government about these issues. But also, as social workers too in general, we cannot just say, hey, this is a problem. I teach my students, you must also come up with solutions, doable solutions. So really the first steps in Indonesia, again, as I was talking about, was to keep bringing it up and to normalize it. Keep having people with disabilities who are not afraid to come out and identify themselves as such and be seen in public, to start to normalize it and to get their input. What can be done in schools? What can we do? And the more they see the people, the less stigma there will be. The reality is, and I understand that in many Asian countries, the thought is different, but we didn't do anything to deserve this. We weren't cursed. It's just life. We all get older. That's life. People have disabilities. That's part of life. So I hope I was able to answer the question a bit for you. Thank you.
So thank you all for the questions and thank you to all the speakers for presenting today and providing very insightful speech this morning. I would like to close and maybe will you be able to just one closing statement from each of you to wrap up?
Oh, good. I get to go first. I think by your just being here and listening and learning is so important to get the different points of view. We all presented seemingly on such different things, but the challenge, as I challenge my students, is for them to understand, how does this all fit together? Because it does all fit together. So as you listen to the speakers and learn from them, think also about, how is this all part of the same picture? What are the same things that we're saying, and take away from that?
Thank you, Dr. Horvath.
Very simple. I think dialogue is very important in our communication and collaboration in the future. So let's keep talking.
Thank you.
I'd like to encourage all of you to continue to be curious, to look deeper, so you can understand how the world is and how we can be better helpers.
Thank you.
I just want to stress that we have experienced the exogenous development for almost 50 years. So we still on the same position as before. So we need to see the alternative models of development. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Isbandi. So I will close with statement from Mahatma Gandhi, India. We have one presenter from India, Dr. Lavanya here. Welcome, Dr. Lavanya. So the Gandhi said that you must not lose faith in humanity. Humanity is an ocean. If a few drops of the ocean are dirty, the ocean does not become dirty. Be the change you wish to see in the world. I would like to also quote Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan. He is the founder of Muhammadiyah. So Muhammadiyah, who actually, where this university is under that umbrella organization and founded in 1912 or about 100 years, he said that, I will say in Bahasa and will translate it in English. Kebenaran suatu hal tidaklah ditentukan oleh berapa banyaknya orang yang mempercayainya. Kasih sayang dan toleransi adalah kartu identitas orang Islam. Orang Islam sejati adalah yang tetap berdiri pada tempat yang benar meskipun dunia dalam keadaan kacau. So I will translate it in English. What our founder Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan, when he founded Muhammadiyah 100 years ago, he said, the truth of a matter is not determined by how many people believe in it. Compassion and tolerance are the identity of Muslims. A true Muslim is one who stands in the right place even when the world is in a turmoil. So that's the closing statement from me. Hopefully this plenary session, the first one, give us insights on education, research, as well as practice in social work, as well as social sciences. We learn about social development, community development from Prof. Isbandi. We learn about how we use tools to teach that unconventionally, like using photography from Professor Sisto. We learn about Professor Xu has established a school in Shanghai that's part of the New York University that would inspire us hopefully in the future. And from Dr. Horvath, who talked about disability. I would like all of us to actually say a word that you mentioned earlier. She said that about a movement within disability or other marginalized groups. There is words that we could actually all together say it. It is nothing about us without us. Can you all say that word? Nothing about us without us. One more time. Nothing about us without us. Okay, I think thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Tuti Alovia, MSS PhD. As the moderator and all the speaker, I remind you to please on the stage because next agenda is handing over a certificate. All the moderators and all the speaker remain on stage, please. Because handing over certificate to all speaker and moderator, the certificate will be delivered by Vice Dean 1, Faculty of Social and Political Science, UMJ. Please welcome Dr. Lucy Andriani, MSI, to come to the stage. The first certificate will be delivered to Professor Dr. Violet Horvath. Next is from Ms. King Wen Shu, PhD. Next certificate for Professor Peter Zezo, PhD. And next certificate is for Professor Dr. Isbandi Rukminto Adi. The next agenda is group photo session. Okay, allow us to count together in 3, 2, 1. Another pose. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much for your willingness. We ask you to please be seated. Once again, thank you for Mrs. Tuti Alawiyah, MSW PhD, as the moderator, and all the speaker for sharing the knowledge and experiences, which is of course very important and useful for all of us and can be searched for our knowledge. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the lunch break session. We kindly invite you all, the participants, to take this time to enjoy lunch, refresh, and prepare for the next session ahead. We will resume the program at 13 p.m., so please ensure to return to Kiai Haji Ahmad Azhar Bashir Auditorium on with the theme of
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Wuan. Okay, I'm just trying my Mandarin. I did learn Mandarin when I was in undergraduate. So let me practice a bit. 你好，你好吗？真的好。我是Ulum，我是印尼人啊。午饭吃怎么样？好吃吗？好吃。Okay， 好吃，真的好吃。So I was asking about the lunch. 好吃 means laziz, delicious. So anyway, this is the hardest part, the hardest session, because we just had our lunch and then now we need to continue our discussion, the plenary. And so that's why, actually I would like to confess that I know exactly what you are and we are feeling right now. It is a post-lunch, right? Your stomachs are full. The room is quite warm, a bit cold. And let's be honest, I do believe that some of you might fighting the urge to slowly slide into nap. But I'll make sure we have a deal here. Stay awake for the next 75 minutes. And I promise you that no PowerPoint lullabies, because what you are about to hear is not just another plenary session. This is social work, the action movie. So I would like to imagine social workers as superheroes. We have one guy attack whistleblowers, exposing artificial intelligence hidden dangers. You may now guess who this superhero will be. Prof. Paul. We have another superhero, a forest guardian, turning climate justice into community power. Yes, he is Dr. Rudy. And the last, we have another superhero, a policy disruptor, rewriting the rules of Indonesian social work. I do believe that these are not Marvel characters. They are our real life presenters today. So if you thought social work was just case files meetings, buckle up. Today's plenary too is better than fiction, because these three speakers are reshaping the future of our field. So let's meet them. I'm going to invite them, but later I will introduce them. But is it okay to invite you guys to sit in front of us? Because you are all our superheroes, right? So I will invite our tech whistleblower superhero, Prof. Paul, to come forward. And then our forest guardian, Dr. Rudy, and also our policy disruptor, Dr. Puji. Our forest guardian, the world is waiting for you. These are our superheroes today. So, I do believe that we are quite run out of time, so I will not give further introductions. So for our first speakers today, let's call him the algorithm avenger. Our first panelist, Prof. Paul Duong Tran. I do believe that I will not read his profile because I do believe that you have it on your own, but let me make it into a movie action. So, Prof. Paul Duong Tran is a Fulbright rock star, currently jet-setting across Vietnam, the Philippines, and Indonesia to train the next generations of social workers. But here is the twist. He is also obsessed with AI's dark side. Think about it. Can an algorithm from California really understand a rural Indonesian community? Spoiler, of course, no. Prof. Paul will reveal how AI might be the biggest threat to equitable social work unless we intervene. He will expose how algorithms might be failing communities because, plot twist, AI doesn't understand cultural nuance. So can we trust technology billionaires to code empathy? Prof. Paul's here to warn us, garbage data in, garbage services out. So let's listen, and over to you, Prof. Paul.
Good afternoon, and I'm sorry, but I have my cup of coffee, so. But my talk this afternoon relates to the four themes this morning. Look, what do we see? Or do we choose to look? Or we choose to look at the right thing, right? And that relates to Professor Harvard's idea of invisible disability. Even if we look, we don't want to see. But also, Professor Isbandi talked about the framework for economic development, where he introduces the spiritual capital and technological capital. Part of my work right now is to talk to philosophers, theologians, etc., to look at the moral question of what should the next platform of technology be. Artificial intelligence. But also the speaker from the Ministry of Social Welfare talked about, he raised the question, how should technology control humanities? Okay. I'm a Fulbright scholar. My main job is in California. Two things I want to know. How have technological advances served human needs? Okay? And what happens when there are no data points? That's what artificial intelligence. And that, in a way, as a symbol, if we don't look, you don't have data points. That's how the eyes work. In 1945, the United States tested the first atomic bomb. Okay. Where do you point this at? Okay. Wait. I have to go back. Can someone control for me? Few more. One more. Okay, next slide. Since 1945, we have more pollution because we use fuel, burn from oil. So nuclear fusion from atomic bomb has not provided clean energy. Because of the lack of clean energy, we are burning up the earth. Okay, that is the most significant scientific development in the last century. Next, please. Since the atomic bomb, this last year, the world spent $2.4 trillion on military. Next, please. That is the ranking, economic ranking of almost all the European countries, the 10 countries in the circle. That's how much we spent. So the question is that, could we have built a home for every poor person on earth with $2.4 trillion? That's just 1 year. So we created the atomic bomb, but we have spent more money on more weapons to defend against the bomb. And because we spent more money on bombs and weapons, now there are 120 million people on earth who are displaced, pushed out from places, from the home, refugees, etc. Next, please. The smartphone about 20-some years ago was I would consider a major platform of technology. There are now more smartphones in the world than people. It's over 8 billion smartphones. Next, please. What has the smartphone really done for human needs? Peter and I talk about humanities. The graph you see in the middle, that's how many people who don't have adequate health care in Asia or around the world. Okay? So we have smartphones, but we still don't have access to health care. In 2022, that's how many people connected using smartphone to the internet, Wi-Fi, etc. If you look at all those companies, most of those companies are either owned by Americans or Chinese major owners. So essentially, the platform of smartphone has made a lot of people rich. So the question you have to ask yourself, what has Google done to build a house or to clean water? Right? So I'm just giving the history of technology, and the question is that what has it done to serve human needs? Next, please. Data points, next. Simple. If the car drives by itself, it needs to know the road. That's data. It has cameras, how many cameras, it has to scan things, okay? If you turn it off, you don't have it. If you take off the glasses, you don't see. If you don't look, you don't see, okay? So you need data points, okay? Next, please. Most people here, Indonesia, probably doesn't know everything about your country. I certainly don't know everything about your country. The Google, the Yahoo, the WhatsApp, they don't know anything about your country, okay? That's a lot of ethnic groups, a lot of languages, a lot of islands, okay? If you don't have data points, then you have nothing, okay? That is what I want to talk about. Next, please. These are just ethnic groups, Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand. Most of us here don't know anything about those countries. We don't, right? I'm not sure if the West knows anything about that. Next, please. China, India, okay. That is the natural diversity of human beings, okay? So what I'm trying to get to is that who will write, document, research, and present and share to the world about these data points, okay? If the indigenous people, if the national people from Indonesia, China, Vietnam, Philippines, if you don't write, do research, publish about this, then the AI companies don't have data points. They don't have that, okay? So in my work the last 10 months here, I've been pushing for a lot of scholars, educators all over Asia to really make an effort to write, develop knowledge for their own countries, for the region. That to me is the most important part. Next, please. Knowledge building next. I spent a lot of time going all over the 3 countries. I spent time here in UMJ, Philippines, and Vietnam. I'm trying to tell people that you need to review, revise, reformulate theories, measurement, and intervention. I'm saying that not be critical. I'm saying that because it's necessary. Some of the posters I saw here are different innovation, different interventions, social-based, geo-coded-based, etc., in different countries, in the Philippines, in China, and so on. That is, to me, is very necessary. In this kind of conference and my work now, I'm really encouraged supporting people from the countries to generate knowledge, to understand theories. Of course, in social intervention, we deal with measurement, and then we deal with prevention, intervention. Disabilities, we use the entire diagnostic system from the West. That's important. We need to understand how diagnostic system is being reviewed, received, and has meaning in every part, every village, every island around Southeast Asia. There are a lot of islands in Asia. Next, please. This is very important. Most of us don't know this. 92% of scientific publications are in English. Right? Peter told me that he's the editor of a journal, but it's in English. It's not in Bahasa, Indonesia, it's not in Vietnamese, it's not in Chinese, it's in English. There's nothing wrong with that. But the problem is that it's written by 17% of people who read English. There are 8 billion people on Earth. Asia alone accounts for 4 billion people, that's half. And most people don't read English very well. So if they don't read English, they can't use it. If they can't produce it because the journals don't publish it, we have a gap. We have a blockage, right? Information doesn't get out, okay? And people don't generate the information. So 17% reads English, but yet almost 100% of scientific knowledge, that is the data points that are produced by somebody who reads and writes in English. Next, please. This is a kind of a Western university accepted model of what are some of the major things that causes health problems. This is Professor Ismandi talked this morning about we do have to address this in different countries. He proposed the idea of the endogenous model, and he introduced the spiritual capital, the technological capital, etc., etc. I don't know. I don't know anything about Indonesia. I know there are many, many different people who are very different. I know the Philippines is the same, but at some point, people got to kind of understand, study, write, publish that to educate the world about that stuff. So that way, we can revise. The World Bank, WHO, everybody has model metric to measure progress. But actually, there hasn't been much progress in the last 50, 60 years because we haven't really figured out on the ground how to do that. Next, please. Who owns AI companies? Well, most of these are, right now, America has the most investment in startup in China. That's it. My concern in talking to a conference like this is that we have to be very careful. I'm talking about we who are not part of the dominant money, capital investors and so on, is that I really believe we are seeing the beginning of what I call a massive digital colonization. There's going to be a colonialism based on digital data. 500 years ago, they used ships and cannons. Indonesia, you had the Dutch here. But if we don't provide the data points from here, there's going to be a massive divide controlled by the AI company. Okay? We design technology, but we never ask the questions, what is the real impact on humanity? The atomic bomb, the smartphone, etc. Google is nice, but Google hasn't solved poverty, okay? And so, and yet now we are moving to AI. The reason I say this, almost all countries in Asia I talk with, everyone is rushing to adopt AI in all their social function. Well, I like technology, but I don't think that's the right time, place yet. Okay, next please. You can see AI does not deal with the things that the global agencies have been talking about, the UN organization, UNDP, etc. It will not provide people livable wages. It will not eliminate poverty. It will not distribute wealth. Actually, right now they are talking about AI investment. It's going to be massive, kind of shifting of wealth to very small few people who control everything. It does not stop war, conflict. Atomic war hasn't stopped. Smartphone hasn't stopped war. It does not guarantee happiness and love. It doesn't. I'm not trying to be negative and skeptical, but what I'm pointing out is that there are people from different countries, future scholars. We need to push back and ask the question, what is the corporate and social responsibility now for wealthy nations, for corporations, for technologies, to make sure that the world has the same share of technology? Next, please. This is something that is shocking when I start to do research. 80% of things that you search on the internet is in English, okay? English is the language. Now, of course, in China, you may search in Chinese, but the rest outside of China, everything's in English. Most of the major search engines are in English. So that information you search comes from sources that are written and produced by people who are familiar with English. Okay? So meaning the search engine can only find what's available. Search engine cannot. Now, of course, AI can estimate, they can generate ideas. What would the future human being look like? But that's based on guess, data points, they guess. But they don't know exactly what the future human looks like. But the concern I have is that how do you provide working with people in different islands in Indonesia, different islands in the Philippines who have different languages, different religions, different traditions, different cultures? How do you do that? Okay, now the computer can try to come up with an idea, but my fear is that there will be just errors as well. Next, please. Time to worry. Next. Several of my colleagues right now, we are tackling this topic. What is the moral duty in artificial intelligence? Okay, there are scientists asking the question. A lot of people say, well, it will make jobs a lot more safe and efficient. Well, what about people who will lose jobs? How will it replace? This is the danger of advanced technology without knowing, okay? All of us are trained in terms of methodology. You have to test the intervention before you implement it, all right? You don't give out the drugs without testing the drugs. But the problem with this kind of platform is that they are driven not by social scientists or humanists or philosophers. They are driven entirely, like Violet is talking about, it's all about money. That's what colonialization was. It was all about resources and money, okay? That was about 500 years ago, and I think it's going to happen at a pace that is much more advanced. There will be countries, parts of the world that we've left far behind if we don't work together to generate the knowledge for the people, by the people of the region. Okay, next please. Thank you. So, all right.
What a great presentation. I told you, right? But please still stay tuned because we still have two more. So I do believe that AI might be the future. But if we lose our forests, there will be no future to code. Luckily, our second speaker plants real seeds of change. Dr. Rudy, a man who actually makes trees and social work best friend forever, as the head of Indonesia's Social Work Education Association, he is proving that saving rainforest requires social workers. Dr. Rudy is not just a social work professor, he is Indonesia's answer to Captain Planet. While corporations see forests as ATMs, he trains communities to own and protect them. Indigenous land rights, check. Climate justice, check. Turning policymakers into eco-allies, double check. His message, no sustainability without social equity. Dr. Rudy, please show us how it is done.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to moderator for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, I will present the result of my initial studies on the involvement of social work in responding to global issues related to the environment, especially those related to forests and their use by the community. My presentation have the title Social Work in Sustainable Environmental Management, or SAM, in the case of social forestry. This presentation will be divided into three parts. First is about what is sustainable environment management, or SAM. And second part is about social forestry. And third is about position of social work. Next, please. Okay, thank you. Next. Okay. Environmental issue cannot be separated from the problem faced by the people. Environmental damage is basically caused by human behavior that explore nature extensively without adequate management. In fact, if managed properly, the use of nature will fulfill human life, will be able to provide sustainable benefit. Therefore, sustainable environment management, or SAM, is something important to strive for. SAMs refer to strategic use, protection and restoration of natural resources and ecosystem in ways that meet the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. SAMs balances ecological integrity, economic development, and social equity to ensure long-term sustainability. If we examine the more deeply, there are several key principles in SAM that relate to values in social work. That is sustainability, precautionary approach, intergenerational equity, participatory governance, and integration of environment, social, and economic goals. Next. Relate to sustainable environmental management that I mentioned earlier, I want to show its implementation through the social forestry program, especially in Indonesia. Problem that still occur in Indonesia related to the environmental issues is about forest destruction. Until now, the reduction in forest area due to various activities is still happening. The graph show that forests in Indonesia are still decreasing, although the condition of the reduction are different. And in 1924, there is the deforestation distribution occur in 2024, where most of the deforestation occur in the production forest and outside forest area, and only 3% occur conservation area. Now that show that, however, in the 1923 to 1924, which was significantly caused by forest and land fires and illegal logging. And forest reduction need to be controlled, especially in relation to the existence of surrounding community. Next. Okay. Climate change and deforestation intensify the need for socially inclusive environmental policies become increasingly urgent. The real form of government policy in responding to environmental change is through the social for communities around the forest to apply for forest area management right to the government. Through social forestry, community can have equal and broad access to manage forest and land. And with the form of utilization of forest products that are in accordance with environmentally friendly use sustainability principle, environmental conservation goal can be in line with effort to improve community welfare. Next. Social forestry in Indonesia has a long history. Since the New Order regime was established, forest management efforts have been carried out by the state and community. However, forest utilization at that time still ignored that community around the forest and many conflicts accompanied it. After the Reformation period in 1998, decentralization policies and democratic reform create opportunity to community forestry model. And then at 1919, published forest law that recognized community right to forest access, laying the groundwork for later social forestry initiative. Attention to this program has grown during President Jokowi leadership that prioritize social forestry as part of its agrarian reform agenda. In 2016, published ministerial regulation streamlining licensing and expanding community managed forest area. Now, the social forestry scheme encompassing 5 permit types, namely village forest or hutan desa, customary forest or hutan adat, community forest or hutan kemasyarakatan, community plantation forest or hutan tanaman rakyat, and partnership forest or kemitraan kehutanan. This approach addresses poverty alleviation and land tenure conflict and also strengthen environmental stewardship through participatory governance. Next. Social forestry is essentially not just a technical forestry program, manage trees or land, but is a social economy development and community empowerment program based on forest resources. There are several principles that social forestry has. First, community participation, which include inclusive decision making, capacity building, empowerment and right. And second principle is sustainable management of forest resources, which contain ecological balance, agroforestry and mixed land use, adaptive management. And third, socio-economic benefit for forest conservation, which include livelihood improvement, poverty reduction, and resilient building. The principle of social forestry are basically in line with the principle of social work. By combining with social work principles, it creates long-term solutions that benefit both communities and ecosystems. They emphasize participation, empowerment, and sustainability, ensuring that social forestry initiatives are inclusive, justice, and effective. Next, where the position of social work? Position of the discipline of social work in environmental issues can be based on several views and that fact. Attention to human rights based and anti-oppressive practices is the foundation for social work practice in physical environment and sustainability for the future generation. Besides that, the effort to include the physical environmental in the realm of professional social work practice is based on the belief that environmental sustainability, in addition to being a theoretical and practical dimension of social work, is also an ethical issue for social work. It is appropriate if social work play a crucial role in promoting sustainable environmental management by integrating community empowerment, social justice, and ecological conservation. Next, the challenges in Indonesia. While Indonesia's social forestry program has made significant strides in community empowerment and environmental conservation, it faces structural, economic, and political challenges. Results from several researchers found that these challenges exist in various forms: bureaucratic, heartless, complex permitting process. There is an overlapping regulation and slow approval. They find also lack of standardized procedure, which each province has different documentation requirement that is confusing the communities. Another research found that limited resources is about technical and financial gap. There's a lack of technical expertise and inadequate funding. Research found that only 5% of social forestry group receive the government grant. And another challenge is corporate resistance, is as if opposition from industry. Research found palm oil and mining lobbying, they get the companies pressure local government to revoke a community permit. And another is found that about the legal intimidation. Community face the slap lump suit when protesting land grabs. And another challenge is emerging challenge like climate change and innovative opportunities about ecotourism partnership. Next. The role of social work regarding the current condition of social forestry in Indonesia, there are several roles that can be played by social workers. Social workers play a pivotal role in Indonesia social forestry program by bridging policy implementation, community empowerment, and community sustainability. Their interventions are critical in ensuring that forest management is inclusive, equitable, and ecological sound. In community empowerment and capacity building role, social worker can participatory planning and decision making, training and skill development, livelihood diversification. In conflict resolution and advocacy role, social worker do mediating land dispute, legal empowerment, and also policy advocacy. In promoting environmental justice role, social worker can help to equitable resources access, preventing exploitation. In strengthening social capital and collective action role, social worker building community-based organization and enhancing social cohesion. Next, as conclusion, social workers are indispensable to ensuring social forestry achieve its triple bottom line: ecological health, economic benefit, and social equity. Their roles in empowerment, conflict resolution, justice advocacy, and institutional building make them key actors in sustainable development. Combining social work and social forestry ensure that community development is holistic, participatory, and sustainable. By empowering communities to manage their forest responsibility, this approach strengthens social equity, economic resilience, and environmental conservation, ultimately creating a balanced and thriving society. And as recommendation, first, expand interdisciplinary collaboration. Second, increase government funding for community training to empower the community. And third, integrate social work curricula with environmental management studies. That's all from me. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for very insightful presentations. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear audiences, so we've seen how AI's blind spot could marginalize communities and how saving forests means empowering people first. But none of this transformative work can last. None of it truly matters if the very foundations of social work remains fractured. What good is fixing a system if the professions meant to serve them is itself trapped in outdated frameworks? This is where our final speaker enters as the architect of change. Again, you may find his profile in the booklet, but again, because this is a very crucial time of post-lunch, let me try to dramatize it. So Dr. Puji Pujiono, try to picture this, imagine a young social worker in the smoke and chaos of Timor's refugee camp, where survival's eclipse theory. Fast forward to the police halls of Geneva, where global humanitarian policies are forged, and now to Jakarta's political arena, where he is dismantling decades of bureaucratic inertia. So this is not just a career, this is Dr. Puji Pujiono's lifelong seek against systemic failure. And based on his experience today, here he is with us, try to present on the title of Decoding Indonesian Social Work's Conundrum, a pathway to professional growth. Without further ado, Dr. Puji, stage is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Look, I'm very proud to be part of the panel who has all males. This rarely happened, but it's happening now. All are male panelists. It shouldn't happen. But anyway, I'm here. I'm personally very excited with the talk today. We were talking a lot about the progress, about issue and so on. But listen, at the end of the day, all of this has to be performed by someone, and that would be social worker. And that someone we have to congregate it into some sort of association. I'm afraid, colleagues, you coming from the US, from Ireland, from Japan, from the Philippines, from India, you might have taken it for granted that social workers are there and that the association are running well. Well, Paul, I got bad news for you, man. At least in ASEAN, counting Philippines out, all the 9 countries in ASEAN might have the same problem. We might have the legislation, we might have the association, but they're not running. If the vehicle is not running, my fear is that social workers are not functioning, not at the level that you and I want. So on that account, I will be presenting to you the problem that we have in Indonesia, but as I said, my fear, it might be widely shared. Okay? By way of introducing the scale of my country, this is a country of 17,000 islands. Philippines, how many islands do you have? 7,000. We have 17,000. That's during the daytime. Huh? At night, it might be more. We are the largest Muslim country in the world. Okay? And if you travel from one end to the other, you cross 3 time zones. That's how big this country is. And for that, in 2019, after 6 years of struggle, we finally have the social workers law in Indonesia. Okay? But I keep saying it's not working yet. And I'm going to discuss with you why. At the same time, the government is launching a medium-term plan that was discussed this morning that put the golden Indonesia as a language, that put a social transformation. But I'm afraid the country is not paying attention to the social workers, the very doer of the transformation. I think we have the gap in the institution, and we need to have some pragmatic solution. Next slide, please. Don't worry, I have about 47 slides, so it's okay. Another time is okay. No, I have only 4 slides. Colleagues, first, we have the typical professional identity crisis, where social work is interpreted as equated with doing good. So anybody who is doing well, doing good in Indonesia is called social workers. I took 10 years education with somebody who is doing charity would be at the same standing. Unfortunately, the government perpetuated this. They would conduct training for about 2 weeks and they call the graduate social workers. Meanwhile, the proper social workers titles is being degraded into, say, somebody who accompany some disabled individual or something like that. That's a crisis that we have in Indonesia, and I think Southeast Asia has the same problem. Number 2, the institutional fragmentation. We don't have a single social work association in Indonesia. Of course, there are many ministries that by law require to have social workers, right? But there has been no agreement, despite the fact that we have the law, of what social worker is all about. Number 3, implementation gap. There is disconnect between the law and the implementation. The law is there, but without adequate implementing regulation, there is no forcing power. There is no obligation for the ministry to implement the law. So, we are really hanging out there. We cannot really operate. And the sectors are operating under conflicting mandates. Next, we have the recognition deficit. Social workers who are doing the real job, medical social workers, correctional social workers, and others, in terms of financial compensation, social workers are among the lowest compensated in this country. Okay? And limited career development. I would say, even in the Ministry of Social Affairs, out of so many directorates, I think it's only 1 who is run by a social worker. So you and I are facing a real problem now that the legislation doesn't solve the problem. Next slide, please. Now, the priorities. On the left side, you see the general priorities for the country, where Dr. Rudy is the president of the Association of Social Work Schools. Need to work with me, Association of Social Workers, to address this. Regulatory consolidation. We need to pull some of this regulation to make sense, to make a better sense. Number 2, empower the organization. Okay? Get the real power. My organization operates on members do. Do you know how much is my budget in 1 year? You might be surprised. $1,500. $1,500 a year. A year. In a country that has 280 million people with 17,000 islands and 3 time zones. And my budget is $1,500 a year. I cannot push the mountain. I cannot drain the sea. I cannot drain the ocean. I cannot move the train without that. Okay? And then we need to have institutional harmonization. We need to have regulation and government offices to agree on something. We need to have the education and practice alignment. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to talk about that at length. I will be talking simply what my organization needs to do now on survival mode. So I hear there are 17 countries in this room. I was told. Indonesia might be one of your priority countries from here onward. Look at this. First, I need to get the education program development. I need to work with Dr. Rudy. I need to work with the National Polytechnic of Social Work. I need to work with the University of Pajajaran and Ibu Tuti. I need to work with your university. We need to put our act together. Okay? We need to get the education, social work education development, pull it together. Okay? That's probably the only way to survive on this. Number 2, we need to promote social work. This sounds strange in 2025, but we still need to promote this profession in Indonesia. And I'm talking to the converted here. Number 3, we need to cross-sector synergy. I was talking to a colleague from Ireland. I was saying that there is specific law in the penal code that obliges children going through the court proceeding must be accompanied by social workers. There is specific law on domestic abuse, that survival of domestic abuse must be accompanied by social workers. But we cannot supply the social workers. We don't have enough of them. If we have enough, we don't have enough credential for them. If we don't have recognition. And on and on. So we need to pull together the cross-sector synergy and we need to say that social work is the pillar or the solution of the problem of the contemporary Indonesia. And of course, as we do that, we need to have policy advocacy. Next. The forward pathway for us, at least, we need to have the dialogue clearly in Indonesia. Maybe a colleague from the US, from China, from Philippines. We need to work together and encourage the government to sit around the table and compare our notes. What is the situation in Japan? Pakistan, I think we need to talk, no? From Kochi province and we compare. And how does it look like? We need to have a common journey to this professional growth. I want the university to realize the same problem. Because if we don't do it that way, colleagues, this is what happened. The universities are going on one way. Paul, talking about AI and all that, no? Progressing with the knowledge. But unless we take care of the employment security and the career path, that will not work. The third one, to build a national commitment on social work. Number 4, to dedicate the social work on the vulnerable well-being. I will show you this morning. How many of you pay attention to the Minister of Social Affairs presentation? Do you know that that ministry this morning was assuming everybody will make it in the free economy? With some sort of intervention, everybody will become productive. Nobody is telling him. Some part of the society simply cannot make it, whatever you do, because of their characteristics. No matter how much program you pump it, some citizens simply cannot make it. And it is the state's responsibility to take care of them. And that's where social work will have contribution. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, in this very honorable platform, I would like to invite you to have a regional conversation. I was whispering to Paul since last night, and also with Violet over the table, the dinner last night. We need to have more conversation in this region. I want to know what's going on in Thailand. I want to be able to tell my ministry about what's going on or not going on in Malaysia, in India, so that we have common language. This is very important because the world is changing. Okay? I mentioned last night among my colleagues the fact that US aid has closed down. The fact that the world money is now spinning in a different way, it have a lot of ramification on the way social work operates. And unless we talk among ourselves, what's the meaning of this profession onward, we will become obsolete. I will not be surprised that my grandchildren, or maybe even my daughter, may no longer need social worker in future because AI will solve the problem. I understand that when you have a problem, you can talk to your AI and they will be a better source of consolation and advice to you. That's being said, ladies and gentlemen, three things. Number one, in my observation, having the legislation alone does not solve the problem. It requires something else. Number two, the state of social work organization and association cannot be taken for granted. It must be integrated part of this profession. And number three, the regional conversation among ourselves is pivotal for us to look for a solution that is workable to the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
So, thank you, Dr. Puji. I do believe we still have how many minutes? Kamari? Mana panitia ini? About 12 minutes? How many minutes do we have? 15 the most? Okay. So, please allow me to synthesize the discussion, because I do believe that later, if I open the floor for question and answers, I will not have any time to give synthesis for what we've been discussed by the three speakers. So from the first from Prof. Paul, I do believe that it's quite really transformative, in which he talk about the future of AI, in which again, it brings us to the questions of who controls the algorithm that control human dignity. Since, yeah, I do believe that most of us now really familiar with the AI. And then as for the Dr. Rudy, I do believe that he tried to reframe how environmental justice, proving that what the significance of community sovereignty. He tried to over us that there are no sustainable forests without self-determined communities. And then maybe from Dr. Puji, yeah, he exposed the paradox of provisionalization, how social work can become complicit in its own marginalizations when system resists change. His challenge cuts deep, that transformation is not given, but it is taken. And I do believe that based on these three, I would like to open the floor for maybe only one session of question and answer. So who would like to ask question? One, two, another one, three. Okay, so the lady with the sari there, please tell your name and please make sure as brief as possible. Thank you.
Working? Audible?
Pardon?
Am I audible? My name is Dr. Lavanya from Madras School of Social Work, India. First, I like to appreciate all the speakers for speaking the truth. about what's happening in our Asian context. I want to appreciate all of you. I'm not asking any questions, but I'm proposing an idea. Now, we have a lot of regulatory bodies. I'm also part of a Canadian social worker, but currently I'm in India. We need to have social work education curriculum which has case studies or subjects which are more relevant to Asian context. I'm talking about literature. Because all the literatures we refer to the Western world, and it has no alignment what's happening in the field. I think we should take a decision to have an Asian regulatory body for social work education, which we are doing in India. We theorize a lot from the field, and we incorporate in our curriculum. I think that sort of an initiative can represent the literature part of it, as well as a voice at an international level. So that is one of my idea, and we would like to work in collaboration with all the Asian countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Great idea. I do believe that for the rest of the day, we need to talk about that informally maybe, or maybe formally. So, Bapak yang di belakang, ya.
Thank you. I question, my name Bambang Rustanto from Polytechnic Social Welfare in Bandung. We question with Mr. Puji for your expectation, your idea, social work in Indonesia, but in social ministry, many program down to principle in social work. And Pak Rudy, in green social work, in equality community, in forestry, but 1% for 99% the business forestry in Indonesia. What about a social worker in equality for the people in forestry? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Bambang. Next question. The red lady, Yes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you to the three of you for your talk today. My name is Danielle McElroy, and I am from Ireland. My question is directed at Dr. Shaying Shen. Is that right? Yourself? Sorry, you? No, you? Yes.
Paul.
Sorry.
Paul.
Sorry, Paul. Yes. So. I suppose it really highlighted to me about the use of AI, and we're increasingly using it in Ireland. And what you had said about research, and particularly the data points, and not being able to access data points from Asia, particularly, I suppose what my question is what is the resolution, really? How do we go about trying to do that?
Astronomy, they always collaborate among all the scientists around the world. They use different telescopes and so on. But when it comes to social human experience, we don't have that level of collaboration. It would be really nice to work with you in Ireland, in Chengdu, in Lagos, in places. We need the money, right? Let's be honest. Astronomy has money to build telescopes. We need that level of platform to rapidly accelerate this interest. You travel this far because you want to know. But many people in ASEAN don't have the resources to engage in research even. But for me, I would demand that there has to be a higher social accountability for big corporations, Google, Meta, etc., Weibo, and what have you. We need to put out the kind of social research fund universally. We do that for astronomy. Go to Mars, the European space agencies. We need to do that. Does every single Indonesian child have a laptop? If they don't have a laptop, how can they have access to AI, right? And you have volcanoes, you have earthquakes. Philippines has 20 cyclones a year, okay? So how can people actually engage in AI, meaning that Starlink, the global wealthy needs to make Starlink available to everybody. So to answer the question, I'm a dreamer, but I think we need to move to that platform where there's got to be a way to facilitate this cooperation very fast. I can guarantee you probably half the room here wants to collaborate with you, want to collaborate with people here, right? But we need the ability, the language, and resources. So to answer the question, eventually we have to get there, but the infrastructure, we have to rethink, redo, not just the researchers, the funder, the financier for that, right? AI is financed by some of the biggest money. Elon Musk wants to buy OpenAI for $100 billion. What is that? It's a bunch of machines, right? So I don't answer your question, but philosophically, I think you understand what I'm saying, but we need this level of collaboration.
Yeah, maybe Prof. Paul, while you are still responding questions, do you have any comment related to the idea proposed by the lady about decolonizing the curriculum of the Global South?
We can use whatever words, but you have to offer something. We have to offer information. For me, the greatest way to overcome past historical colonization or to prevent future colonization is that all of us people here, we gotta push out that information. You're lucky that you speak English. There are many people in Thailand, Vietnam, even Indonesia, people don't speak English like you. So that is another barrier. I work with many people who wants to share the idea, but in China, my understanding is that there is an artificial intelligence ability to translate Mandarin into English, almost 100% purity, meaning it's 100% accurate. But there's no other tools that can translate Bahasa Indonesian or Thai or Vietnamese into English. That's why I think Chinese social scientists are producing a much higher rate, because people can do rigorous research in their language and they have ability to translate that. So in the end, we got to push out the information to answer the question. It's not, there's nobody controlling that right now. It's a lack of money, yes. So.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. So maybe the other two speakers, do you like to give a comment and then later followed by the answering the questions?
Okay, thank you. I want to respond the question from the Dr. Bambang. Okay, I am agree with the statement from Dr. Bambang that the community around the forestry is still minimum benefit from the forest. And in my literature research, I found so little references about how social work involved in agenda or in environmental issues, especially for the social policy. I can find about how the social worker do in this program. So that's why in this moment I want to show that truly that the social worker can be involved and can be build how to the program in social policy, for example, could be give the more benefit for the community. So not just the company they get, industry can get benefit from the forest. Now, I think what the social work can do in this program in environmental issue is significantly urgent to have the environmental justice and to have the build or how to improve the community well-being. I think it's my question, Dr. Baba. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Already. Next.
Right, colleagues, thank you for the response. From colleague from India, I could not agree more with you that we do need to decolonize the social work. Then we do need to have some indigenous, and the same question that I asked Singwen this morning. Okay, and I like your approach on case study approach, right? The issue is, do we have raw material for that kind of enterprise? Last night in the dinner I was saying, one thing I admire about this conference is that you allow practitioners to present their work here without demanding them to format the work in a journal format. You know that writing is very intimidating. And for practitioners like me, there's no incentive to write my practice. No incentive. So I never write my practice. So my response to your question is, for us to be able to gather as many case studies as possible, we should allow the practitioner and bring the practitioner to share their practice in the simplest possible form. Let's not ask for 20 pages write-up. Like this young people from China. Hey, Chinese student, look. Hello. Okay. These young people from China, they present their work in one poster. And they're able to explain what it's all about. Can you imagine that practitioners can do that? In one poster, how do you assess a children with speech impediment to explain sexual assault, for example? If you allow them, if you ask them to write a journal format, that will never happen. But if you ask them, just draw it in a poster and bring it here, it might actually happen. Number two, I think English is still inevitable, Paul. It's lingua franca everywhere. I don't think we can interact with different languages. I think English is still there, although the machine is helping us with that. Now, number three, my proposal. I would like to have the universities and you, the giants of social work, to think with me. Can we provide that platform? Say, once a month, we will get the practitioners to tell us or to tell one another how they do their job. Right? With no write-up requirements. Just free rolling. We might get many case studies from there. And number two, if there are really hidden gems and raw diamonds, then we can help that practitioner to refine the writing. So that's an invitation and challenge. If you'd like to take it up, I'll be here today and tomorrow. Approach me. We might do it online. So it's free. Any country could join. You can get practitioner to join. And let it be party once a month. For Pak Bambang, my response is this. I think it's inevitable also to acknowledge the situation where the ministry is doing what the president wants as his priority. his campaign promise, and social work discipline, on the other hand, might be going along or left behind. The challenge and opportunity now, many of the minister's advisors are coming from also universities. So those who are engaging with the ministers have a good chance to bridge these gaps. And I'll be more than happy to meet the minister and explain our position. I wrote to him, to the minister, 5 times for the last 2 years. 5 times. And not once I'm granted to meet the minister. Not once. What does it mean? It means that the country, the official, is not looking at social work as an important factor in this country. That's the truth. It's bitter, but it's there. You and I need to deal with that.
Thank you, Dr. Puji. Give applause to the 3 speakers. So, Dr. Puji mentions about the challenge. So, who dare to take the challenge? Anyway, we are now run out of time. It's only 2 minutes and 37 seconds. So, I don't think I'm allowed to open more space for question and answer. So, I would like to give the 3 speakers to maybe give a last, Yes, please, Pak Rudy. Last word.
Okay, thank you. As I mentioned before, that our environment is decreased. Our environment is going to making worse. So I think it's time to social work to think and act in this issue. Thank you.
In the case of Indonesia, social work is symbolized by lotus. It means whether you put us in the palace, beautiful pool, or in the dirt, or in the worst circumstances, we still bloom as lotus, a beautiful and radiates. So never lose hope. There's always tomorrow, and social work never give up.
Thank you.
I just want to add to what Pak Puji was talking earlier. That's one thing that's missing in this part of the world, is that we don't appreciate the practice or the clinical knowledge. Well, the journals are based on science like astronomy. Astronomers don't practice. They have experiment. They have to look at the telescope. We deal with humans. We have to practice. We don't look at telescope. So there should be a different way to allow knowledge from the field, knowledge to be shared, knowledge to be published. That's another way to speed up the transfer of knowledge to the work as well. So that's, I think that's a very good point. Thank you, though.
Thank you. So with that, concluding remarks by the 3 speakers, we conclude the sessions of our plenary too. So let's give a round of applause for the 3 superheroes of social works. And now, we're going to move to the parallel sessions. So as a moderator, I do thank you for everything. And, we have an appreciation stuff. So please stay on the stage. So I will that's beyond mine. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miftahul Ulum PhD as the moderator, and to all great speakers, give a big round of applause, everybody. So next is handing over certificate to all speakers and the moderators, which will be delivered by Vice Dean 2, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Mr. Dr. Muhammad Sahrul, MSI. The first certificate is for Dr. Paul Duong Tran, Professor, California State University, USA. The next certificate is for Dr. Puji Pujiono, MSW, RSW. Next certificate to Dr. Rudi Saparudin Darwis, Associate Professor, University of Pajajaran. Okay. Next is group photo session. We ask for your willingness to come to the front stage because we're gonna do the group photo session with the Vice Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Science. Okay. Let us come together. Okay, show the certificate. Okay, everyone ready? In 3, 2, 1. Another pose. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving into parallel session, which will take place in a 10 separate breakout room. Each room hosts a specific theme and topic led by our distinguished presenter and moderator. Participants are kindly requested to proceed to the breakout room according to the session or topic listed in your program booklet or digital schedule. Our committee members are available to assist you in locating your assigned room. And please ensure that you are settled in your respective room before the session begins. We wish you to productive and engaging discussion in your parallel session. Thank you.